All right, so now we need to do a mic test. Now that we're unmuted, let's see how we sound on Twitch. Twitch testing microphone 1 2 3 1 2 3. So now, all right, so that works, and then we need to get YouTube going here, so we can test our sound on YouTube. So YouTube, how are we sounding? Test our sound on YouTube. So we are broadcasting. So who's hyped for CitizenCon Direct Day? I know I am. I'm so excited. Another CitizenCon, another... Not even an in-person CitizenCon. Let's see here. We press this button. Oh boy. Good morning, Inner Hype. Welcome, Asmer. Welcome, CJ Special. Welcome, Boltman. Yes. In about 4 hours, there's going to be a CitizenCon Direct. This is going to be a really long YouTube video. Dun, dun. Turn this music down just a little bit. There we go. All right. Do we have a patch this weekend? 18 hours ago, new available to all backers. So there was a patch after we got signed off yesterday. Yeah, we haven't uploaded it. 432. Also, the launcher was finally updated to 292. Hey, Tech Zero. Welcome. There's a CitizenCon. So we got 3 hours. So yeah, 3 hours and 40 minutes, so about noon. But it's the first time first time you're not excited for a CitizenCon? I've been not excited before. So this is the new patch on the P2, Alpha 432. Version is 10.43.84.43. This patch has been released to all backers. Audience, all backers, server info, P2 channel. I guess it's just all servers, or it's usually US only. Long-term persistence enabled, mesh configuration, 7 in stand, 3 in pyro, and 600 players total. Starting ABC, 15 million. Testing focus, stability bug fixes, structural salvage updates, Frontier Fighter Final, Reclaimer, elevator docking updates, Yormondi encounter. Known issues. Yormondi creature AI, Yormondi multi-beam attack is only hitting one target. Multi-location, active respawning. Players may not respawn at their primary residence after using self-destruct or force respawn. Oh, interesting. Rest stops, refinery, ore sales kiosk. When attempting to sell at the ore sales kiosk, the confirmation screen will turn with unidentified. ASD locations, players will be reduced. Oh, players will be rescued and respawn back at a facility after being incapacitated. Chris Roberts will be the first one to create a plumbing system where shit does flow uphill. But only with enough fuel in the reactor. Something like that. That's the two things I've been told by plumbers is hot on the right, cold on the left, and shit doesn't flow uphill. Chris Roberts is going to make it the opposite. He's going to make shit flow uphill. He's going to be the first person to do it. Players will rescue their spawn location after incapacitated. Locations, ATC players are unable to store or retrieve ships, which breaks ATC. That's Wicklow Emporium, though. Argo Atlas. The Atlas unable to pull cargo off cargo grid. Pew stand pyro. Equipment and armor dropped on the ground will be suspended midair, making it unable to interact with. Multi-system interactions. Enabled to open medical room given you by a patient check-in terminal. Already Commander all modes UI. Scoreboard showing negative kills even when there are positive. Known issues, all of them. Yeah. Pyro protested zones. Ghost Arena. Obituary. Corner of the entrance elevator have missing collision line. Players to clip inside. Oh no. Is that something that just happened this patch? This P2 patch? Or is that something that's always been there? Isn't Kusanagi a family name? So you can have many different Kusanagis, have different... Maybe there was an Admiral Kusanagi in real life. I don't know, I'm not too well versed on Japanese surnames. Give yourself a promotion. Your Mindy Encounter Polish. So this is featured in gameplays. A new hazardous addition has been added to your Nomadi to amplify the danger of the counter. This further audio, animation, VFX polish. So let me guess, they added radiation to the arena. Further updates to help despawn and respawn events. Bug fixes. Multi-vehicle. Aesop registers vehicle as docking collar on its pad, preventing storage or use of any service stations. Oh, cool. We're fixing that. The bug we ran into yesterday with my Polaris. PU, Yormandi. Yormandi snaps into final resting position after death animation is completed. Location design. Yormandi arena does not reset when players die mid-encounter and are the general reset fixes. Potential fix 10. CFP versus Headhunters. So Citizens for Prosperity versus Headhunters. Hunt the Polaris. What we're doing, more Hunt the Polaris. Mission content UI markers during phase 2 objective. Investigate all points will disappear upon arrival and eventually reappear when going near satellites. 432 Wicklow vehicles. Wicklow ships have the same name as standard variant in the Aesop terminal. Potential fix. PU stand. Wicklow Emporium collectors mission. There are some inconsistencies in mission items in the banner and the HUD. PvP bounty. PvP missions remain accepted for the acceptor after they get a CS3 on our set to Klesher. Yeah. So you accept someone's bounty, and then somehow you get like you kill multiple people trying to get that person, and then you get sent to Klesher by another bounty hunter. You still have that person's bounty when you get out or in Klesher. That's some like deep cover kind of bounty hunting. I just kind of find it funny. Someone's trying to collect Riddick's bounty by infiltrating the prison where Riddick is like locked up. I'm gonna send you to prison. I'm already in prison. Good. I just the guy with your bounty just shows up in prison right next to you. It's like, well, it looks like my work is done, but you didn't do anything. That fucking I killed a guy so I could kill a guy. It's like that scene from Sailor Moon. Looks like my work here is done, but you didn't do anything. I'm gonna share memes. This fucking meme. My job here is done, but you didn't do anything. It's this meme. Right. I mean, you wake up in prison with a guy's bounty. A guy wakes up in prison right next to you, and you're an armistice zone. Well, looks like my job here is done. I just think it's kind of funny. What else are we doing? Potential PU fix. Vehicle starman quantum travel. Cannot route quantum travel back to ship. Potential fix Star State. Potential fix Stanton missions. Mission notification UI is too large when sat in the pilot seat of a ship. I don't know. Like, I think, depending on how comically large the notifications are, considering how old Considering how old the player base is getting, I think we need larger text in Star Citizen. I'm kind of half joking about that too. We're gonna need those like comically large remotes the old people need eventually to play Star Citizen. Multi-vehicle quantum travels, star map, setting a destination for one distance center to another distribution. Oh, for one distance center. Setting a destination from one distribution center to another distribution center on the same planetary body has a route set to planet, then to distribution center. It wasn't just that. Trying to set route to, like, for example, I had this problem when doing the Onyx grind, where I would quantum to, like, Walla or Lyra. Hey, Macton, have a Peppo. Where I'd set destination to Walla, and I quantum to Walla, and then it's okay. I want to go to the ASD facility that I'm supposed to do cargo at, right? Because I was doing like some cargo grinds for Redwind, and it wouldn't let me set destination to the facility. I'm like, okay, what's nearby? And then I'll just fly to the facility. And then I set destination in the star map to a nearby outpost or something, and it want me to go back to ArcCorp and then back to, like, Walla. And then it wouldn't send me down to the place I selected. And I'm just like, the fuck is that all about? So I had to, like, find the place that was near the ASD facility I wanted to go to manually using the nav mode, and then warp down to it. What is this? Can you fix star blah blah blah? Hundreds of reports upload constantly. QT markers to ship goes QT marker displays previous QT start location. Shake fist and yell at Cloud Imperium Games. Blame players for being distractful noise on Spectrum. Any word for fix B-site missing boxes? B-site? Oh, that's probably like the missing like LMG boxes or something. Or is he's talking about the ASD locations in Stanton, where occasionally the boxes will go missing for like the ASD set or the Corbell set. Yeah, focus on the bugs that exist before introducing new bugs. Welcome to Star Citizen. This is... Oh my god. Like, good fucking luck with that. Latest P2 patch, I lost my reclaimer. Anybody else lose their ships? Anyway, I'm gonna be that guy. This is loose. As in your tie is loose. Loose. Long O sound. Hey, Chris. Nice to see you. Yeah. Losing ships sucks. Salvage processing on reclaimers malfunction, able to properly eject compact boxes, showing up as instruction for an object error on the platform. There's clearly no debris or processing deck. Try recycling manufacture process, reinitiate compact, but still doesn't work. Yeah. By the way, reclaimer still playing that has been abandoned. Cargo grids and elevators. This guy has 4 fucking replies. I'm not gonna read that shit. Put all your stuff into one post, folks. This isn't Discord. This is you're not text messaging your mother. Fucking me millennials. All right, so what else we got? Anybody complaining about stuff? Can we please fix this? AFK timers. I was QTing and Pyro discovered right before I arrived to Rin Station being idle for too long. I wonder, like, how long is the disconnect timer in Star Citizen for idleness? Like 10 minutes? Is there a quantum drive on a ship right now that if you were to go from, I don't know, I can't remember how far Ruin Station is from the jump point. It's farther than Stanton. So is there a ship with a quantum drive? Here's 6 minutes. That's pretty close with the EOS on the Hornet. Let's go max speed. Slowest. The Flood. 7 minutes. So even with the worst. Yeah. Even with the worst size 1 quantum drive, probably not. How about a size 2 quantum drive? Well, the Hammerhead has a size 2. Kama, size 3. Okay, well, we're here. Nah, 200,000. So they're gonna be 5 minutes. Drifter. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. What is this gonna be? Valk? Valk, I know Valk has a size 2 at least. Cascade, 6 minutes. And unfortunately, there's no way this doesn't really allow you to set like destination between like this, you know, Pyro stand station on the Pyro side of the warp gate versus, you know, to Ruin Station. But I know that that's a fairly long trip. I'd actually have to travel there to calculate that. That's pretty funny. Like you're just flying through Pyro, trying to get to Ruin Station, and you're watching a YouTube video in the background, and then suddenly you're disconnected for inactivity from Star Citizen. I mean, I think it's kind of funny in terms of like just how long the travel time is in Star Citizen. All right, we're back in. Oh my god. Hey G Sharp, welcome. So we got some time to kill here. We got some time to kill before CitizenCon Direct. And there's Kazarm. Hey Kazarm. About 3 hours. Extremely long YouTube video. Oh man. Where's the button? There it is. We'll have to see how it turns out. Ah, Microtech. Cold and inhospitable. Alright, what else we got? I thought I logged out down on the planet. I can't remember. Why do I have two 60,000 ones in here? Oh, interesting. Remember, yes, I do. I've been with Star Citizen literally that long. Maybe grind up some of this stuff. Collect titanium from Cruel One Ambitious Dream Station, titanium to Port Wrestler above Microtech, titanium to Seraphim Station above Crusader. Collect tin from Everest Harbor. That was actually kind of, that's junior rank. Cruel One. Didn't we have a bunch of Cruel One? Yeah. Port Tressler. Seraphim Station. Bajini Point. There we go. Cruel 2. Seraphim Station. Cruel 1. Titanium Aluminum. Thought there was another Cruel One, yeah. Then Bajini Point. Do we actually have our big ship? Yeah, I know. They need, like, to be able to search. They need a lot better filters. We do. Uh-oh. And it became a JPEG. I had to back off and redo this. So we want to store it. Get into our elevator. Well, I don't think we're going to need a size 2 tractor beam, or we can just get an Atlas. Ah! Speaking of an Atlas, there's a free one in my hangar already. Can't remember if I had one in my ship still. Alright, let's look at these contracts. Supply grade. International Spaceport to Port Tressler. That's rookie grade. Junior. Brick Planetary Hall, Port Tressler. To Spaceport of Microtech. If you want to collect a hilarious amount of silicone, you can do that. I want to travel. Pyro Gateway. Arc 2. Rule 1. Seraphim, Port Tressler. I don't want to go to Port Tressler if I don't have to. Bajini Point, Seraphim Station. Bajini Point. Where is Bajini? That's AirCorp. Nerfs Harbor. Terra Gateway. Oh, that's a hilarious. Quicksilver Medium. From Mick 2 Long Forest to Seraphim Station. Cruel 1 Ambitious Dream to Bajini Point of ArcCorp. That's not a bad one. Junior rank, solo, medium cargo haul. Port Tressler, Seraphim Station, Cruel 1. Yeah, why don't we just set our destination to Cruel 1 if possible? There's another one. Seraphim, Seraphim. Offers. We're going to Cruel One. Port Wrestler. Here's Mick 1 to Port Wrestler above Microtech. We're not going to Port Wrestler. Everest Harbor. This would actually wouldn't be a bad idea because we are dropping off. Cruel 1, Seraphim Station. That's Seraphim. We do have to do a little bit of math. Make sure we don't overload. Oh, that's... Okay, Seraphim. This one has a Seraphim. This one has an Everest. Titanium. Huh. Okay, we're gonna have to, like, think on that one a little bit. Mick 1. Silicon Port Tressler above Microtech. I don't want to go that direction. Everest Harbor. Everest Harbor. Everest Harbor, 10 to Bajini Point. We may want to do that when we stop it up for Everest. Hurl 2. I don't want to go to Hurl 2. Hurl 4. Tame above Bajini Point above ArcCorp. Sure. We're delivering a lot of titanium. Port Tressler. Grey Cat Station, production, Port Tressler above Microtech. That's actually a pretty good one, but it's also really short. 10 from Pyro Gateway, Everest Harbor, Arc 2, Cruel 1, Ambitious Dream Station, Seraphim Station, Crusader, Port Tressler, Microtech. I don't want to go to Microtech again. Mick 2. This will get me out of here. Although, I'm supposed to be heading over to Cruel 1. Seraphim Station does give me... Yeah. This does give me an excuse to head over to Seraphim Station, which is next to Cruel 1. The Genie, that's ArcCorp to Crusader. Everest Harbor to Terra Gateway, nah. This will probably be my way out. I can go over to Mick. This is why that way I'm not doing an empty haul. So Mick 2, 105 quartz to Seraphim Station above Crusader. That'll be our initial. That'll be our initial haul out of Microtech, and then we'll use that to get over to Cruel 1 to pick up all this stuff. Then we'll have to head back to Seraphim Station to drop off a bunch of stuff. Da, 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 da. Terra Gateway. Do we have any more? Mick 1. Do we have any more Cruel 1 hauls or Mick 2 hauls? Mick 2 pickups. Bajini Point, Seraphim Station. We could do this one at Mick 2. Because we're going to Seraphim with this. We'll do a partial drop-off. Mark 2, Cruel 1. Seraphim Station, Port Tressler above Microtech. I think, yeah, Cruel 1. This one. I'm pretty sure we're close to filling up our ship here. 8 SU containers. Just kind of checking the container size here. 8 SU. I don't think they're going to be that big. And I think we have... Head over to Mick 2, pick up everything over there. I think we have an Argo in here. If not, we need to get one. Usually I leave it right here to the rear ramp. Now we lost it, so we gotta claim the insurance on one, and then we gotta pull it up through the elevator. Alright, we're Atlas. Claim, file claim, expedite. Might as well just had the expedite is so cheap. Why have a price? It's gonna be about 2.5 hours from now, Dovahkiin, noon my time, which is it's 8, almost 9 o'clock my time. Up we go. All right. So it's noon my time. I can't remember what it was, like 1700 UTC or something. We can just like back this guy up to the thing. Well, that's literally less than useful. Thank you, Starfarer, Starlifter.
Engines off.
Send it. Good thing I remembered to use the that terminal. Yeah. It's flipping through the thing. Alright, so I think our first pickup is MiG-2.
Launch complete.
Coca-Cola hat, would that make me a Coke head? Yes, it would.
Alert. Front crash close.
Reminds me of that YouTube prank of a guy going around trying to sell Coke to police officers. It was just like Coca-Cola. He was doing like a Coke deal, a drug deal in front of the cops. We are not going to Cruel 1 Ambitious Station. We're going to MiG-2 Long Forest Station.
Alert. Front crash close.
Ah, shit. I always make that mistake.
Starboard crash close.
I don't think I've ever been to MiG-2. I've been to MiG-1 back when Xenothreat was first added. Unless I can find another MiG-2 haul. We may take these Everest Harbor ones, because they're going to all the other, Seraphim Station. Mark 2. There we go. Yes. Well, I mean, the whole prank YouTube shit was about, like, just seeing who can get away with the worst stuff possible. Right? And eventually, that's the problem with, like, prank wars. We used to have those back when I was a mechanic. Eventually you get to the point where someone gets hurt really bad. It's the escalation of things. That one guy. Which guy?
Shields on.
No, not that button. This button. I mean, like... that one guy that got shot in America. Like, do you know how little that narrows it down? I'm okay with staged pranks, right? People staging pranks. Ever since we had, like, America's Funniest Home Videos, or, like, what was that, Hidden Camera show? A lot of that stuff was staged. It's fine. At least nobody gets hurt and everybody gets paid for it, right?
Landing gear down.
But then you have the amateurs that make it worse for everybody.
Alert. Front crash close.
Alright, so I'm pretty sure this pickup's not going to be a problem. Now, I haven't done one of these before, so I'm not entirely sure how the titanium, if the specific boxes of titanium are required to go. Like, because I'm delivering a lot of titanium. Pranks are pranks if everyone gets to walk away. Otherwise, it's just assault. Right? So, we need to figure out what's going where. I think this is all just quartz, right? Why does it have to be titanium dildos? It could be titanium French ticklers. You don't know that, Dovakin. Alright, so that's literally negative useful. I can't see a goddamn thing. Oh my lord. Hold on, I can fix this. I think. Hey, at least I can see the thing in third person. So this is all the quartz we're picking up. For some reason, I can't control my my third-person camera in this thing. I don't know why. I control depth of field. Huh. See, where is the... There it is. Alright. Hey, Otaku Van Life, welcome. You know what? We can always just bring the stuff in here and just kind of like... like, kind of start stacking it up. And then we can just do it by hand. Figure it out later. Boop. Put this little guy's over here. Yeah, see, that's kind of like my problem. I just can't see around the box to place it. So we can just drop it. All right. Hello? There we go. Jeez. What a contemptuous piece of equipment. Now, is this really all the way forward? It is. Can't wait for the next patch. They made it so the tractor beam is, like, more responsive. A lot more responsive. All the quartz up here. So this is going to Bajini and Seraphim. I know I have a whole bunch of stuff from Seraphim we need to pick up. We have 41. So that's 5 of these boxes, right? These are 8 times 5 would be 40. So what do we want? We'll set these off to the side. We'll put more in there. I have like 2 missions I'm loading up here. Quartz. So I need 1 of these, like 5 of these boxes. Alright. Hate this entrance animation. Always pisses me off to watch it. Yeah, it's all quartz. I don't think I don't think each box has a set destination. We just need to deliver quartz. As long as every destination gets its cargo. I don't think the game cares. Alright, let's clean this up. So I do know we're gonna need these guys at some point. Might as well just leave them there. Oh my god, I can't watch this. Alright. So the last little bit. I'm not quite sure how we're gonna put this, but right there, I guess. Oh boy. This user interface. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. All right. All right, so we got direct solar. Quartz Port Tressler. Above Microtech. So we go back to Port Tressler, drop off 100 SU of this stuff. 8 SU boxes. Like 12 boxes and a number 4. Yeah. See any more supply shit from MiC-2 while we're here? There's Hurl 2. There's MiC-1. 2 Port Tressler, but I don't want to go back to Microtech. Alright. We're ready to go. Up deck.
Shields off.
So we don't want to go to ArcCorp. We'll go to Crusader, because I know that we have one that's like Microtech. We should probably select that contract. There we go. Fort Tressler. Track. And that is literally not useful. Come on, game. That's Mick one. We want to go to our deliver shipments. Ah! Ha ha! It does that. All right. Fort Tressler. Microtech. I have raisins. I have banana. I went out and bought some bananas. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go part way.
Travel engaged.
Go about 0.1 gigameter. There.
Quantum travel complete.
Then see if we can attach ourselves to Microtech. Now it works. For some reason, it doesn't work where when you're around one of the space stations. I don't understand why that is.
Quantum travel engaged.
What else we got? Rogue Trader. How about the Endless Space OST? Horse tastes like raisins. Oh god. This is my horse. My horse is amazing. Hey, Prince. Give him a lick. It tastes just like raisins. With a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane. It turns back again when you tug on its winky. Ooh, that's stinky. Do you think so? Better not tell you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade. Sweet lemonade. I like the jazz version of that one.
Quantum travel engaged.
Let's see here. Weeble stuff.
Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick.
It tastes just like raisins.
Of a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane, and then it turns back again when you tug on its winky.
Ooh, that's dirty.
Do you think so? Well, I better not show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade.
Sweet lemonade.
Sweet lemonade. Yeah, sweet lemonade.
Got a key guitar solo in there.
Get on my horse, I'll take you around the universe and all the other places too.
Think you'll find that the universe pretty much covers everything.
Shut up, woman. Get on my horse.
Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick.
It tastes just like raisins.
Of a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane, and then it turns back again when you tug on its winky.
Ooh, that's dirty.
Do you think so? Well, I better not show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade. Get on my horse, I'll take you around the universe and all the other places too.
Think you'll find that the universe pretty much covers everything.
Shut up, woman, get up my horse. Look at my horse.
Oh my god, how long is this gonna repeat?
Give it a lick.
It tastes just like raisins.
Of a stroke of its its mane, it turns into a plane, and then it turns back again when you tug on its wing. Do you think so? Well, I better not show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade.
Landing gear. There we go.
Get on my horse, I'll take you around the universe and all the other places too.
You'll find that the universe
Is this the 10-hour lows?
Shut up, woman, get
Oh,
up.
we got one more loop.
Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick.
it's just like raisins.
Of a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane, and then it turns back again when you tug on its wing. Do you think so? Well, I better not show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade.
All right.
Get on my horse, I'll
So we need 100 SU of quartz.
and all the other places too.
You'll find that the universe pretty much covers everything.
Shut up, woman, get up my horse.
That should be the last loop. Yeah, there it is. How about horse jazz? How about the jazz version of that?
Look at my horse is amazing.
This is like a minute.
Give it a lick.
It's just like raisins.
Of a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane. Then it turns back again when you tug on its wing. Do you think so? Well, I better not show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, oh, sweet lemonade.
So we need 12 of these boxes.
Around the universe and all the other places.
If I did my math correctly. Shut up, woman, get on my horse. Do. Yeah, it's just one loop. Oh my god. Oh my god! Well, I'm just... So we got... Let's see, 5 of those. We'll need one more over there. There we go. If you're at a right angle, hold Z to it is faster. What does Z do? Z doesn't do nothing on my keyboard. You mean hold down mouse 5? Well, actually, it doesn't do anything. I have to go grab this thing. It's mouse 5 on my controls. See, Prince, I don't know how long you've been watching me, but you forgot that I have some just barbaric control scheme. Y'all want to go to Kenya? See some lions and tigers, so that's 4 there? Or is that 3? Oh, it looks like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4, so we need 2 more. So 2 more, and we should be done here. Yeah, they really... This ceiling on this ship really kind of fucks over... There we go. Really kind of fucks over cargo loading. All right. So if it's here, 8 times 12. Yes, we were correct. So we're going to go in here and make sure we have 12 boxes we need. We have a pile 6 over there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over there. And then we have a number 4 container right there. That's 100 SU of quartz. It says 5 out of 12. So am I to believe that the boxes are actually like, oh god. All right, so we have to go through the... It's just like I feared, folks. At first, I thought it was like, oh, it's all quartz, right? So you just dump the quartz. No. Every box is consigned to be delivered to a specific location. So I needed to... Oh, Jesus Christ, CIG. Why do you gotta do stuff the most stupid way possible? Alright, so now we need to go through and find out which part of this pile goes to Port Tressler. It's not... It's, pro tip, it's not this stuff. Get the fuck off the... Oh, Jesus Christ. So do we have that bug where the stuff won't come off the thing? I understand that, but it's all 8 SU fucking quartz. And it doesn't say, there's no bill of shipping. There's no bill of lading that says where each box goes. That's how you would solve this, by the way, is you have like a bill of lading on every box that says where it's supposed to go. This says just when you contract review, it says contracted quartz. That's all it says. So I basically have to load every fucking thing. Well, it took the 4, so I just need another 6. This is stupid. The bill of lading, you haven't heard that in forever. Yep. I had to deal with that every so often as a mechanic. Because occasionally you'd have to make sure you got the right shipment. So we just need another 6. Yeah, so there would be like a thing on here that says exactly... Like, here it is! Well, that's safety inspection. Which means I basically just have to throw it all into the fucking elevator. Oh my god. So... Okay, so we're finding good reasons not to do this ever again. We're finding really good fucking reasons never to do these types of missions ever again. I mean, I think it's gonna be faster just to pull all the cargo out and toss it, and just see what like sticks. See, I have 2 identical 4 SCU boxes. Which one goes to what? Right? Because I don't fucking know. I mean, we'll figure out pretty quickly where the next one of these is supposed to go. Because it's gonna be the one that it's gonna be the boxes that are rejected. I do this really good job. Yeah. Yeah, basically have to unload your entire goddamn ship to figure out what goes where. That ends up in there. which is dumb. You shouldn't have to. Again, there should be a bill of lading attached to every box. I would require CIG to actually put decals on the contracted cargo. Right? It says this one's supposed to go for Microtech. There. Some of those have to be the correct one. Okay, and it didn't complete, so we'll just submit. Let's see here. And we're tracking the wrong one. I didn't even track this one. Okay, so we'll submit that one. 100 quartz SE to Port Wrestler. Accepted. So now we have this one, which is 100, which is like almost 100 SCU to Pagini and Seraphim. But we don't know which boxes go to Pagini. I know the one SCU goes to Pagini. And so if you have like just Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, like, don't make us deliver the same shit. Make it different. It's contracted, so we'll pull this stuff out. That way we can kind of tell, oh, this titanium goes to Cruel 1, and the aluminum goes to Cruel 2. Instead of just having deliver titanium to Cruel 1, deliver titanium to Cruel 2, because you won't be able to tell the difference. Right? You're doing what I'm doing. Or just make it all generic. Doesn't matter where you get the quartz from. Oh, excuse me. My 12th Citizen Con, yeah. Just about. Been here way too long. Ugh. Way too long. So yeah, I don't know what quartz is going where until I get to Seraphim and drop the rest of this stuff off. Thank you, Roland. I appreciate it. Ugh, Lord. I'm pretty sure there's cargo runners out there that have complained about this exact problem that I'm dealing with right now. To do different places, yes, Chris. That's what we're gonna have to look at doing. Too bad. Such a pain in the ass. Alright, so we're gonna have to do it from the other side. So if we do free look, which I do have, yeah, it won't drop the, it used to do that. Wait a minute, hold on. No, I was holding down the F button. Inner thoughts. All right, there we go. Causing havoc. Stealing my fuses? That son of a bitch. He's probably trying to find some grandma to give him a gum job. I told him about yesterday. He's like, man, I should really try to get one of those. I know people ain't taking time off work for this CitizenCon. That's for sure. Okay. I'm gonna put these guys up here. So we'll just have to keep all the cargo separate from each other. So this is quartz destined for Seraphim. Yeah, we have a lot of aluminum. Deliver aluminum to Seraphim. Deliver aluminum to Everest. So this quartz is destined to Bajini Point or Seraphim. Seraphim one's gonna be easy. We just dump all that stuff in there. Well, the one SCU goes in there. Curl 1. Titanium. Then we have a shit ton of titanium. So here's aluminum titanium, so that's nice. And then we have more titanium. I thought the game wouldn't give a shit. I thought the game wouldn't care. Like, titanium is titanium, right? Because there's no bill of lading on the boxes. But apparently there is on the back end. And it doesn't explain that to you. But if they were just to expose that back end data when you grabbed it with the tractor beam, it wouldn't matter. It would just say quartz, what is it? Contested? The C word. Contracted? Contracted. It would just say quartz contracted, Seraphim Station. Give you a destination. The pickup location probably doesn't matter. You got to get over. Well, cargo logistics is still a pain, like even with the bill of lading. But, like, inventory management is, like, a big deal. Alright, start that up. Alright, so next stop is, I think, Seraphim? Rule 1? Rule 1's, like, right next to Seraphim. So I guess we load up everything at Cruel 1. Because we got a couple... CR-L1. Co-signed or consignment. Well, you know.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
And we're on our way. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure this is going to be a nightmare. Because I have aluminum here. From Cruel 1. To Seraphim Station to Everest Harbor. And then we have quartz. And then we have titanium. And then we have aluminum. The Seraphim Station. Okay, so that's aluminum titanium to Seraphim Station. So we could probably try Seraphim to Everest Harbor. That's titanium. Like I said, if it actually gave you, like, here's the stuff that goes to Seraphim, here's the stuff that goes to Everest Harbor, it wouldn't be that bad. But the fact that it's just going to be all kind of like just jumbled together. Like, you have this gigantic brick of aluminum. Half of it goes to Seraphim, half of it goes to... No, yeah, half of it goes to Seraphim, half of it goes to Seraphim. It's a big brick of titanium. Half of it goes to Seraphim, half of it goes to Everest Harbor. Then you have this whole thing of aluminum that goes to Seraphim. More titanium. So I could just pull this one out and just kind of shove that stuff to one side. And like, okay, all this goes to Seraphim. And then I have to come back to Port Tressler to deliver some titanium. Unfortunately, I shouldn't have done that. This one's almost finished. Loaded Seraphim and aluminum to Everest Harbor. Buy Genie points. Looks like we got a lot going to Seraphim. Thank God. So this one's gonna be super easy. It's about 100 SCU to Seraphim. This one, we'll probably load this last. Or, yes, it's 100 SCU. Pretty over Port Trust for Microtech. So we need to keep an eye on our rep for Koblix. Or a junior. There's a member. Membership level. Man, it's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. Hey, Birdie. Welcome. And as we get this stuff finished up, we'll have to start taking more consignments. We're learning our lesson. Don't take a whole bunch of... Don't take a whole bunch of same materials to the same place. Or the same materials to different places. Maybe the next level of stuff will help figure that out. We'll see. So this is going to be all pickups.
Quantum travel complete.
Ooh. Wet shark. Or maybe it's wet hark. Maybe it's wet shark. I don't know. Depends how where you put the hyphen. Give me a landing.
Shields on. Docking initiated. Docking denied.
I'm yawning already, Star Citizen. So the con hasn't even started yet, Vertigo. Why are you bored?
Alert. Threat crash close.
Set her down.
Launch complete.
Get position. Does that look about right? That looks about right. Deploy ramps. At least this thing has a nice little lineup thing. If you get the 2 fins lined up and the gap right in the center, you know you've got it just right. Has like a little iron sights for your cargo loading. All right, so we need to figure out what we're going to load first. Not this one. That one's already loaded. We just need to finish off that. So what's going to Seraphim Station? This one. So if we load this one, which is aluminum titanium, but we have titanium here already, but it should be in one consignment. Right? Do we have food and drink on us? Yeah, we have some drink. Character's getting a bit thirsty. Apparently this is thirsty work. A little bit of hydration. All right, so we just want... the one that's direct solar to Seraphim. We're gonna have a lot of choices. We're gonna have to figure out what our choices are here. Aluminum, titanium, medium, titanium. That's not the one we want. Junior rank, titanium, aluminum. So what are we looking for here? Direct solar medium with aluminum and titanium. Direct solar medium with aluminum and titanium. Direct solar medium, aluminum, titanium. So I'm sure this is the one that's going all to Seraphim. We'll pull him up. And then we'll load him with the rest of the quartz. That way we kind of know that's all going to Seraphim. Should be 54 of aluminum. 8 times 5 is 40. Right? So we can double check. So we should have like 6. What's 6 times 5? What's 6 times 8? 48. Was that titanium? Or aluminum? That was aluminum. 48. It's 54. Eight times 7? No, 8 times 7 is 42, right? I'm trying to remember my multiplication tables. You can tell it's been a while. 56. Huh. So it'd be 8 times 48, so that would be a 4. Would be 42. Would be 52. And then another 2. So 6. Yeah, 4. So you need 6 aluminum. There we go. Okay. Yeah, 6 aluminum and a 4. Right. A 4 and then a 2. That should be everything. Aluminum. Have to make sure we got the right thing. Yep. Okay. Then we need 45 of titanium. Should be 4 and a 2, 4 and a 1, and then 5. Yeah. Because that's 40, and then 5 more. So we have the right assignment. And all of this, like I said, could go next to the quartz. Because all this is going to the same place. Seraphim. Just put the stuff wherever. And we'll just, like, manhandle it. Fucking Rob. This is my ship. Who is this man? Okay, so why is this not moving? Oh, for Christ's sakes. NY Comic-Con. Cody Fox, welcome. Okay, so I probably need the bigger beam. This is so silly how this works sometimes. All right. Everybody has their crosses to bear. This is the first time of me doing this stuff. Got to meet Sigourney Weaver. Awesome. Why is this thing not moving? Hello? Or do we have like a problem? I can't walk the thing. I think we're having like one of those shutdowns. The crash recovery. Feels like it. Maybe just moving the Atlas a few meters will fix the walking. And it did. Oh, look. And that fixed. This thing sucks at, like, trying to put stuff in precise locations inside this ship. I'm just gonna put it away. Let's bring it back out again. Alright, so all this is going to Seraphim. So all we gotta do is just dump this out. Too bad you can't load these vertically. Alright. There's 4 SU containers. I mean, you can. can go just that, like that. Boom. Fixed. Look at that, folks. Get away from... Yes, that most iconic line. See? Look, CIG. Look how nice that would be if you could just put those 1x4s vertically. All right, so these are the next ones to go to Seraphim. I'm like right there, I guess. Of course, the other problem is if you do that, like, they're gonna get buried. So you need to stack them on top of each other so they don't get buried. Like that. So you can at least get access to them. Boop. I have one job on this ship, and it's to repeat whatever the computer says. And god damn it, that's what I'm gonna do. Anybody... I don't think that's the exact line, but... I'd be surprised if anyone remembers that movie that Sigourney Weaver was in. It's it's my stepdad's favorite movie. I watched it a couple times. I'm like, it's fine. But for some reason, he really fell in love with it. Alright, so what else do we have left? So we have that one. This one goes to Seraphim, and then we have another one that goes to Port Tressler from Cruel One. We're not going to load that. We're going to load that one like last. Then we have this one. We have this one that goes to Seraphim and Everest, but it's aluminum. Ugh. This one's titanium. You're not going to be able to tell the difference. And this one's going to be a pain in the ass because it's also titanium. Like I said, it would really be helpful to have a bill of lading on every piece of cargo so you know exactly where it's going, but it's not how this works. Okay, so this one's Seraphim, aluminum. Might as well start at the top. Work our way down. And then do this one next. And then do this one last. This one, the Port Tressler. We're going to end up with a lot of titanium. Just kind of hanging out. So solar medium, aluminum. Solar medium, aluminum. This is the next one we want to load. Solar medium, aluminum. Solar medium, aluminum. Solar medium, aluminum. Solar medium, aluminum. Solar medium, titanium, aluminum. I'm sure when we get up to the next rank, we'll just have, like, larger missions to deliver. So it's 41, 42, so it's 83. So there should be a 2 box right there, another single over here. Okay, cool. And all that's just going to go behind that. We'll have to figure out which ones go where. And we'll have another mixed one for Seraphim. Love it. Just get right in there. Da, 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 da. But where's this extra thing coming from? It's all aluminum, right? Yeah. The other ones have like mixed aluminum titanium. We probably should like sort this out a little bit. Unless this is the Port Tressler one. Right? Which is 100 SCU. Which means we're supposed to load this one last. Because we had this extra box here, because you only need 1 and a 2, but you have 4 spare. 8 times 10 is 80, times 11 is 88, times 12 is, yeah, 96. So, why 2 singles, though? Just a double, or hell. Yeah, this has to be this one right here, but why... Why the extra one, though? It makes sense, but it was like 100 SCU to Pagini, Port Tressler. No, 91. So that's 8 times 8 times 11 is 88. So you just need 2. No, I need 3. But I have 4. That came up with this load. Doesn't make any sense. This is titanium aluminum. Oh, that's titanium, so it can't be. So it has to be this one. For some reason, I got an extra whatever. Aluminum. 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 Eh. Kind of weird, guys. Say, you can probably get away with like leaving a little bit of a gap here. That's like a nice little placeholder. This is going to Junior. Oh my god, why did I do that? Swear to God, I wasn't pointing At him. Just pointing at him. Alright. So leave this little air gap here so that we know that this is going to Seraphim Everest. And if we really want to be... Let's see here. See, that's Seraphim. Then we have Everest Harbor. Make my own bill of lading. Fuck you, I'll do it myself. Apparently had more to load. Nobody remembers, what's her name? Not Ridley Scott. Sigourney Weaver being in was it not Guardians of the Galaxy? Galaxy Quest with Tim Allen. Basically a parody of Star Trek. Move this back a little bit. Something like that. Why did I do that? This system kind of sucks. Alright, I can do this air gap again. Over here this time. Something like that. Alright, so that kind of gives us an idea of how that's going to work. Boop. Something like that. Alright, so next one is... So we got that one done. Quartz is done. That's going to be last. And then we have these two. Honestly, these two are going to be a nightmare. Well, the aluminum goes to Seraphim. Aluminum titanium. So aluminum we can pull out, put towards the front. So that's not a bad deal. So it's going to be this one. Junior. Direct solar medium cargo with aluminum and titanium. It's going to be our next load. The aluminum can go next to the other aluminum. Aluminum and titanium. We just have titanium. in here. I know the big one is going to go towards... From Cruel 1, I guess we've already loaded that. Aluminum. I thought we loaded this one already. Cruel 1, Titanium Port Tressler, Aluminum, Titanium, collect aluminum from Cruel 1, and then Titanium. It couldn't have been this one. Yeah, we just have Titanium left to load here. I literally just got... Where the fuck is this one? So I guess we'll load this one next. This 43. Which is going to be... How much Titanium Vertigo? 85. 85 units of Titanium is next. Because I don't see the other one. So that's more than 80. That's 80. Junior rank direct solar medium. That's direct solar. So this one has to be going to Port Tressler. This is probably the titanium load that goes to when we're tracking. It says, yeah, 42, 43. Solar medium cargo haul. I gotta start writing this shit down. We're taking screenshots. I don't understand the loadout of this. Yeah, it's all 8SCU containers. Why was it broke up really weirdly on the thing? Titanium. I wonder if it was broke up to indicate, like, which going where. But it still doesn't help me, because it's not broken up well enough. Alright, these small little shits going last. So there should be like 80 something in here, which would be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The fuck am I doing? There's more. There's more than that in here. So this has to be the 9. No. There's more than that. And what the fuck is this? These are 8 SU boxes. 10 of them is 80. Right? Titanium, 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 titanium. Unless it's stacking multiple missions into the same one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 there. 15. And then we have 2, 4, 6, 1, 7. 15. It's a 7 SCU right there. And 15 times 8. We're going to do the math in your head. 80 plus 5, 40. That's 120. That has to be multiple. Yeah, 120. 127. I don't have a single run That takes 127 SCU of titanium. This has to be 2 missions, like, squished together. That's literally negative useful for, like, trying to figure out. Because this one is 85, right? So if we take... So I have 42 titanium left, and I'm pretty sure if I open my thing up, one of the other missions that it's a partial delivery has 42 titanium in it. That's 85. This is 45 titanium. So yeah, I think they're stacking. I thought... I just thought wrong. I thought wrong thoughts, everybody. Wrong think. So I thought every band in the freight elevator manager would be like its own little mission. And I figured, okay, we'll just call one band up at a time. That'll be one consignment, and then we'll load that as a layer inside our C2. That way, we could just deal with that one layer, kind of like as a, we're kind of going to peel our sandwich apart and just eat it like individual pieces. We're going to eat the top bread piece first, then the lettuce, then the tomato, and then the pickles, and then the meat, and then the cheese, and then the last slice of bread. I thought we were going to get away with that. Just kind of slowly start slicing back towards the rear of the C2. But CIG and Star Citizen, in its infinite wisdom, has decided to merge the missions together, because apparently it's easier to do that on the back end, but it makes the gameplay elements just awful to deal with. So now we just have a shit ton of titanium, and then I don't know exactly where this stuff is going, and we'll just have to kind of guess. I think we're running out of space, too. So we may not be able to get that Port Tressler stuff in here. We may have to come back. Which is fine. Okay, cool. I said we'll sort this out, make it a little bit nicer as we get further along here. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to fit everything in here. We'll have to come back. Luckily, we're just going over to Seraphim and dropping a bunch of stuff off. We can also cancel the Port Tressler mission. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with telling Microtech to go fuck itself. See, this is the problem I have with, like, loading this ship. You get right here in this situation, then it's like good fucking luck getting that up there. If they had redesigned this ceiling a little bit, this wouldn't be so bad. There. Got it. I think the fire break's gonna be right about here. Hmm? Yeah, I don't want to disassemble that. You can just go where the fuck you want. If you don't want to latch, not my problem. Tried my best. So yeah, the next load is going to be more than that. Jesus fucking Christ. So what do we have left? So I just have direct solar medium, which is just, what? How much? I can't read the numbers when it's like that. It's probably like 10, 11, titanium. I'm assuming that's 88 plus 4. That's 90 something. Yeah, that's a 4. It's 88, that's 92. Plus another 2, that's 96. So that has to be the Port Tressler one. Right? 91. That can't be right. I have no idea. Let's just head to Seraphim. Drop what off what we got. And come back to Cruel 1. Amazing they couldn't have put that ladder, a ladder like that, the Valkyrie, as like a little airlock. All right. Using our C2 for its intended purpose. You know what? We could just cancel that Port Tressler one. Fuck you. Someone else could deal with that. Want to get out of these supply grade ones. These things have a lot of problems. Just do one mission that requires you to load up the entire ship. Nah, we didn't stop close enough. Wanted to go to Seraphim. That's kind of what I wanted to do. If you stop at just the right distance, you actually get the UL markers to show up around Crusader, and then it's easier to get to Seraphim.
Quantum travel engaged.
I don't even think this ship needs like both its coolers running.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Will you shut up, game? We're here. Senjinutra? Senjinutra? I don't know how to pronounce that, but... I'm stoned 3D. No, I'm stoned. That guy's name.
Shields on. Docking initiated. Docking denied. Landing gear down. Alert. Front crash close. Landing complete.
Actually, we could probably flip it around. Because we're going to be unloading from the front. We have a lot to deliver here at Seraphim. Oh, shit! What do you mean that's... We're bumbling around, and no one sees this, though. That's fine for it to go. No one's actually paying attention. Boop. You just need to bring the Atlas around to the front. Basically throw in all the quartz, and then half the titanium or something. I don't know. We're basically going to have to throw most of the stuff in there. Alright, moving along. Go for it, pal. Paid time. See what your joke's all about. I think most of the stuff goes in here. Knock, knock. I ate a mop who. I don't get it. I'm thinking about it, but I'm not getting it. It's not triggering anything. Yeah, nothing's coming through. I'm thinking about it, but nothing's coming through. Oh well. Well, not everybody can be funny, you know. Maybe you should leave the jokes to the professionals. Go. All right. Let's get this damn thing unloaded. See, one of my favorite jokes is like a father tomato and a son tomato are walking down the road, and the son tomato starts lagging behind the father tomato. So the father steps around, steps on the son, and says, "Ketchup." See, that's comedy. Or this piece of rope walks up to a bar, and the bouncer says, "You're a piece of rope. We don't serve rope here." And he throws the rope out into the street, and the rope's, you know, kind of stupid, so he tries to walk up to the bar again. The bartender says, "Get the hell out of here," and kicks the rope out to the curb. And finally, the rope starts figuring out, okay, I gotta try something different. So the rope ties himself into a knot, and he kind of musses up his ends a little bit. And he walks up to the bar, and the bartender says, "Weren't you that piece of rope that was just here?" And the rope responds, "Nope, I'm afraid not." There you go. That's comedy. Going through some of my dumb jokes. I love it. Classic. So I'm pretty sure all this quartz goes here. Some of this titanium goes here. We'll figure it out. It'll work out in the wash, right? Don't worry, I have ADHD. I'll forget I'll forget another 6 hours. Dun, 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 dun. I'm sure something will happen. How many kids with ADHD does it take to change a life? Would it go ride a bike? There you go. Ah. Well, you see, since I don't actually like scat, it didn't occur to me that it was like poo. It was a poo joke. I'm not obsessed with poo. Star Citizen is, though. They put bathrooms and everything, so we're gonna have poo eventually. I wonder if you could eat your own poo in Star Citizen. Wonder if Chris Roberts will let that be a thing. No, I'm not a scat man. What can I say? Not the scat man. All right, send this down. We'll probably get half of it. And whatever we don't get, we'll send back up and put it off to the side. All right, so yeah, some of the stuff didn't go through, so I'll have to, like, take it out of the elevator and put it off to the side, because that goes elsewhere. Wait, what? It didn't accept the quartz? Oh, that's right. Some of this quartz goes to... Wait, what? All that quartz should have gone... Oh, it's Bajini Point. Okay. So that's... Okay. And then we got some of the aluminum, some of the titanium. So, oh God, I hate this mission. All right, thanks for the sub. Ooh, Switzerland. How fancy. Alright, so this stuff goes here. Wait, was that? Quartz. Quartz. Okay, so the quartz boxes are a little different shade when you get them out here. That's just the lighting's crap. Oh, there's gotta be a faster way to do this, so there is. It's called use the Atlas. Glad to see Chris Roberts is alive. I guess. We got Chris Roberts sightings. It's like he's like Nessie. Or Bigfoot or something. Or UFOs. Alright, so the next... Toss that in there. Da, 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 da. Just gotta get the rest of the stuff out of here. I think most of this stuff goes to Seraphim. And the next one's gonna be like a weird split. Not entirely sure. I'll send it down and see what sticks. Reload. It's just really weird having to do it this way. Uh, 41. So we need one more SU of aluminum. That one's done. 54, that one's done. That one's done. Aluminum, aluminum. 45, 45, we're done there. We can smith that one. We can't. Titanium to Everest Harbor, so we shouldn't have anything left here. Yeah. So we just toss everything else in there. Hey, contract complete. Ordered 57,000 ABC. At least this helps filter some of this stuff. It's not based on the crosshair, it's based on your center of view. Aluminum. I don't think we need aluminum here. No, we do. We do need more titanium here. Titanium. So we'll get this all sorted out here. The game will do the sorting for me. You. It's a shame I gotta unload everything here to figure out what the heck goes where. And then all that quartz goes to Bajini Point. So we need to do some missions to Bajini Point. From this area. Everest Harbor. So Krill 2, Krill 1, Seraphim, that kind of area. So Aluminum to Everest Harbor. Quartz to Bajini Point. Titanium to Everest Harbor. So Everest Harbor is Hurston. Bajini Point. So Hurston makes the next logical sense. That quartz is going to Bajini. All this stuff is going to Everest, so we can put this in front of the ship. That'll be our next destination. Oh my god, there's so much stuff here. So do we have any missions? Supply grade that are going to Everest Harbor. Collect titanium ore from Seraphim Station. Crusade. What? L1 Grange Point. That's actually not that bad. That's titanium. Ore. That actually wouldn't be too bad. I want to go to Everest Harbor. Look at the destination. Brio Breaker Yard. Here's there are like 10. Seraphim Everest Harbor. Nah. Nick 2, no. It's out of the way. Arc 5. Where is Arc 5? Exodus. You gonna tell me a knock-knock joke? Knock-knock, who's there? Where's Arc 5? Arc 5, Yellow Contrast Station. Exodus. Exodus who? Diversion, maybe? Maybe it's worth the diversion. That's Arc 2. That's kind of out of the way. Then Spaceport Orison. Orison. Bajini Point. We're not anywhere near Bajini. Everest Harbor. We're gonna head to Everest Harbor. Mick 2. Nope. That's out of the way. Arc 5. Aluminum to Everest Harbor. Sure, I guess. That's 110. 111. We should have enough cargo for that. That's all I got. But you are here. Krill 2 to Seraphim Station. We're not going back to Seraphim. Krill 1. Bajini Point. Nah, we're not heading to Bajini next. Krill 4. Seraphim Station. No, we're not heading that way. Krill 2. 10 from Everest Harbor. We'll be at Everest Harbor here in a little bit. That's Seraphim. We're not heading back that way. So it looks like Arc... What is it? Arc 5? Yeah. 111. Make a pit stop at Arc 5. On our way to, wait a minute, this said Everest. Fuck. I swear to God, it was Arc 5 to Everest Harbor, and it changed it to Bajini Point. Motherfucker. This stuff is going to Bajini. I think. Right, the quartz. Titanium quartz, yeah, let's go to Pagini. So we can load that last. So aluminum and the titanium will go to Everest Harbor. We got a few more. We got another hour before CitizenCon Direct starts. Oh. We'll just get the stuff in here. You just stop that. Oh my lord. Making a mess of everything. Oh my god, I just tossed myself into the fucking thing. There we go. You could, like, in the next update, they've improved tractor beaming. So you can now hurt yourself with a tractor beam. If you want to. It's not an option. It's probably gonna be mandatory. You can whip that tractor beam around so fast. Scary fast. Okay, all this stuff is going to Everest Harbor. Build ourselves like a little wall back here. Dun, 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 dun. Of course, it's kind of jank getting back into this thing. Toss that out of there. Hmm. All right, there we go. What? Literally just shoved me out through the goddamn ship. Thanks, Star Citizen. No, I didn't want to be in the ship at all. Quartz. Even just fucking around inside your hangar, Star Citizen has little conniptions. All right, so all this stuff is going to Evers. Cool. Got that. I guess I'm gonna start stacking this stuff up over here. These little shits in the way. I hate it when I grab that. Specifically. Alright, so we got that. Then we get the aluminum out. The 107. That, swear to God, that said Evers Harbor. on the destination for this mission. And, oh, it's, yeah, it's at another station. So do we have anything going to Evis Harbor, Bajini Point, supply grade, Airfib to L1? We could do that. That one actually wouldn't be a bad one. We can literally do that one. You can load that last. What the hell's our... Oh, there it is. I thought I fell through the ship with this thing. All right, fine. And we have like one more load to put in here. Need to make sure we got it all. Down in here. Look around. Don't see nothing. All right. Start stacking the stuff. Whatever. Whoa! Hold on there, bucko. There's that. Grab this guy. Yeah, we should have enough to take that 100 positioning points. Don't have anything else at Seraphim that needs to be taken. So Cruel Seraphim to Cruel 1. Aluminum ore to Seraphim Station. From Seraphim to Arc 1. Crusader L1 with range point. Watch this not give me. Alright. Seraphim. Alright, so he's got more to load. Character's getting kind of hungry. Luckily, we brought snacks. And fuses. And that didn't do anything for my character. I could load this stuff next. The first one you eat doesn't do anything. If only there was like just an eat option. There we go. For some reason my character was damaged. I don't know why. Alright. Aluminum to Pagini Point. That's coming from another place. Track these two. Let's stand up for a bit. Up we go. Oh, big stretch. Ugh. Oh. Just kind of eyeballing it. We should have enough room in here. You know, you can just be right there. Come on. Grab something. I can go right there. Just toss that over there. Looks like we need to do more of these direct solar medium cargo hulls. These are rookie ranks, though. Alright, let's get this figured out. Gotta wait. There we go. Server's kind of slow when it comes to the tractor beam. Since all this stuff's going to the same place, it doesn't matter. I get one of those side guys? Oh, got it. Hmm. 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 Ugh. We got the sweet spot. There we go. It's quicker to turn the entire mech to grab the stupid thing. Hmm. And away we go. Pretty much all I want here. There's probably more we can get out of Cruel One. Vertigo, did you check to see if you got everything out of the elevator? No. Probably when I double check just real quick, make sure we got everything, because I don't want to come back. I did load a lot. I wasn't thinking too hard about it, though. This side should be empty. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, cool, we got everything. Just want to double check real quick. Hey, Crom. Welcome. Hmm. Hmm. No, we're transporting normal goods. I haven't done any of the cargo hauling missions. I figure it's a nice break to do some cargo hauling from, like, the... We've been doing a lot of, like, ASD, Onyx facility grind.
Shields off.
Okay, so that's... Figured doing a little bit more peaceful, non-combat gameplay. Have aluminum tariffs these days. Yeah. Yeah, there is.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
Fly around, throwing cargo into the elevators. Get to actually spend some quality time with my Herc. Don't have to worry about Wicklow at all. Ever. Don't even think about that son of a bitch.
Shields on. Landing gear down. Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Front crash.
Alright, so I think we're supposed to unload through the rear for this one. Because we have aluminum and titanium ore.
Port crash close. Systems off. Crusader Industry. Engines off.
There we go. Engines off. Luckily, it's just aluminum ore, so it's not aluminum, it's aluminum ore. Which would be bauxite, which I think I'm backwards. Yeah, we're backwards. We have to load from the other way. This should just slide the ship over the other direction, and we'll be fine.
Engines on.
Like that.
Engines off.
Very peaceful. Very much zen-like. Wow, wow. Allows me to desalinate. Become fresh again. Alright. So all the ore, aluminum, and titanium ore goes to Cruel 1. If I recall. Maybe we can check the mission. Check the mission. So, titanium ore, L1, L1. So yeah, 2 ores go to L1. I don't think we have anything else going to L1. We have stuff coming from L1. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Nope. There we go. A little more. And that's it. Not terrible. Da, da, da. Make sure we got... Yep. Got those 2 missions done. Easy peasy. Then we should have the other contract done as well. Budget points. Everest Harbor. So the next place we're off to is Everest Harbor. Let's see here. How are we doing for rep anyways? For Kovlex. We're making our way through junior rank. Supply grade. Sims for budget point to Seraphim Station. That pays a lot. That's a junior rank. Huh. Yeah, we're getting kind of close to Citizen Cons. We probably should wrap this up. Grab this last mission and clean up. Head to Everest Harbor, drop off, then Bajini. Okay, so we need to head to Arc 5, I think. Don't think we have anything, because we're at Cruel 1 right now. I don't think we have anything from a Cruel 1 to Arc 5. We could take another Cruel 1, but I said we've got another 100 SCU from Arc 5. Seraphim Station. Arc 2. 2. Cruel 1, Beijing points. Cruel 4. Cruel 2. Everest Harbor, Cruel 1. Seraphim Station. Nah. Alright. Let's just get out of here. You're tactically not supposed to do what I'm about to do, where you leave a station empty-handed. If you have the ability to, you should load something. to go to one of your many destinations. I have a ship big enough, right? So I should have grabbed something. Like I said, we're getting pretty close to Sincon Direct here. Got another, I think, 3 minutes.
Engines on.
3 hours. $38 minutes, yeah. It's probably going to take us that long to finish up these deliveries. So the next one is
Landing gear up.
accepted. It's going to be this one. Arc L5.
Shields off.
C2 here, best in show. 2151 best in show. Like, that's not how that skin works. Because, yeah, I have the best in show skin applied and should just show C2, right?
Quantum travel complete.
Because I have the best in show skin. It's just the blue one, if I remember correctly, right?
Quantum travel.
Blue, black. Doesn't look that great. You like the color blue. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. Almost there. I haven't been to Arc 5 in a long time. Yeah. When's the last time you've been to Arc 5? Hmm?
Quantum travel complete.
Ah, it's a little stubby station. Look at it. It's so cute. Just adorable. I want to pinch its little cheeks. Hmm.
Shields on.
It was kind of a teal color, too. I wonder if that's just like the cloud color, or if that they actually painted the damn thing teal. Yeah, we're at half fuel capacity. That's probably the lighting.
Alert. Front crash close.
Thought it was in 30 minutes. Are they already starting? I think. I'm trying to remember where I'm loading from. Back or front. Hmm. I am loading from the front. Okay. Am I hyped for CitizenCon Direct? Not really. Just kind of expecting nothing. Kind of expecting more promises. From CIG. Like, here's how it's gonna go. They're gonna sell us ships. They're gonna tell us all the stuff they've done this year. Look how much we've gotten done this year. Okay. And then look how much we have to go for. And then we'll probably see a commercial for, like, Squadron 42. They're going to mention base building. They're going to mention Nix. Crafting. Squadron 42. I don't know. Capital ship. Probably more capital ship combat. Beam weapons. That's a big thing. Everybody likes, right? Everybody likes beam weapons. Probably sell us some Vandal ships. Right? I would imagine. Did I actually go in? Or did I go onto the top of the ship? I wasn't paying attention. It's easier just to grab it and turn sometimes. So all this stuff is going to Bajini. It was supposed to go to Everest Harbor, according to the mission summary. May have changed the last second. Newest citizen mech must have nice to have the cargo. It depends on the ship you have. A lot of Star Citizen depends on what ships you have access to. If you have a C2, a Hercules C2 or Hercules M2 or Hercules A2, the mech is kind of a must-have. All right, well, fuck you, elevator. Just because of just how the mech works with, like, the large open cargo bay. Some other ships use the mech really well. I haven't used the Caterpillar, so I'm not quite sure how the mech works with the Caterpillar. Ships like the Argo, ships like the Taurus, the mech is not needed at all. The Argo Raft, the Argo Raft, and the RSI Taurus. Both of those have built-in tractor beams on them. And the tractor beams are placed in such a good spot that they just the Argo mech is just not necessary. Like, their built-in capabilities are so much better. So you don't need to worry about it. So like I said, it really depends on the ship. Some ships, you give up a lot trying to get a Atlas in there, the Argo Atlas. Small ships like the Freelancer Max, the Constellation Andromeda, the what else? The Corsair. They don't have built-in tractor beams, but their cargo bays are so small that you're probably going to miss out a lot just trying to shove, you know, an Argo Atlas in there somewhere. So you're better off just doing it by hand. The Corsair maybe can get away with it, because there's like a little spot in the back, the very back of the Corsair cargo bay, where you can kind of wiggle an Atlas in to kind of keep it out of the way, but that requires some really good planning on loading. Hey, DeGaff. Really small cargo ships don't need them either. That could possibly potentially, like the Nomad. The Nomad has a tractor beam. It doesn't need an Argo. Doesn't need the Atlas. So let's head over to Everest Harbor. And I can't do that because... Okay, so let's just track the contract. That takes us to Everest. This one. Again, it really is dependent on the ship you're flying, whether or not the Argo Atlas makes any sense. Generally speaking, large open cargo bays, the Herc, the C1. Well, the C1 has a... No, the C1 doesn't have a tractor beam. The C1, the Herc... I'm trying to think. Definitely the Idris P. The Polaris has a built-in tractor beam, but the built-in tractor beam on the Polaris really only helps with like moving stuff around inside. So an Atlas, a couple Atlases does help out there. What else? Trying to think of all the cargo ships. The whole series, no. The whole A, the whole B, whole C, no. The whole C, I think, has built-in tractor beams and can't mount an Atlas. And it's exterior only. Same with the whole B and the A. I think the whole B is supposed to have built-in tractor beams as well. The Raft doesn't need an Atlas. It's got a built-in tractor beam. That's in a good spot. It does help if someone's left like an Atlas on like a cargo dock that you're landing onto. Yes, really useful. But like I said, you can just call the cargo up, go back into the ship, access the tractor beam. If you parked in a good enough spot, you can access the tractor beam on the back of the raft and just start flinging stuff onto the raft's cargo grid. What about the 600i? No. The 600i, the cargo grids on the 600i are in such awful places that it's not worth your time to put an Argo Atlas in there, unless you're trying to do some other stuff, in which case, whatever, just do what you want with it. The 600i has weird, like, vertical mounted cargo racks inside. If you have the touring version, you have some cargo racks that are inside the actual cargo elevator. Which one's the which vertigo? There's the base one and there's the touring version. I'm trying to remember which one has the cargo elevator. I think it's the base model of the 600i has the actual exploration, has the cargo elevator for the Ursa rover. That one, just, you can only really mount the 1x2 or the 1x1 cargo containers. You don't need a raft. You just need a couple dudes with tractor beams. Sorry, an Argo Atlas, not a raft. And the rest of if you have the other one, even if you have both of them, because the rest of the cargo grid is mounted in weird spots in the very back of the ship, where you have to, like, get the boxes up the elevator, and then you have to get them to back through the living quarters, the upstairs area. You have to go through the upstairs area somehow to get to the very back of the ship, and you have to go through the bar, down through the stairway at the very back, and then it goes through where the component location is, and then you can put them on the racks in there, and that you're going to have a hell of a time getting the 1x2 SU containers through there, let alone the 1x1s. So No, to that one. Liberator, Zeus, Raft. So Liberator, maybe. Liberator's more of like for hauling ships around, so I don't know, maybe. Zeus, the Zeus CL, I believe, has its own tractor beam mount. I think, if I remember correctly, it has like a little tractor beam that pops out the back on an arm. We're getting close, Jurla. And the raft should be fine by itself. Should be. It depends on what you want to do. You can flip a Atlas around upside down and attach it to the cargo grid on the raft, just to have. But you do lose out on some cargo space, and you got to pull it down. What makes it convenient, though, for the raft is you go to an outpost, you land, and you land right next to the cargo elevator. You pop the Atlas off the raft, and then you're capable of calling up your cargo, loading everything without having to re-enter the ship. It would be nice if there was like an external, like, remote control unit on your Mobiglass or something for like controlling the remote turret. So you didn't have to, because you have to go to the elevator, you have to get back into the ship, you have to access the remote turret, and then you have to start loading stuff. But you kind of already have to do that to like pilot the ship anyways, so unless you're loading unless you're overloading the elevator every time, like you're going up to max capacity every time on the elevator because you have so much cargo, which can't happen. The raft has like 192 SEU, 196 or something now. They really cranked up how much cargo that thing can carry. So you could possibly overload the elevator if it's small enough. Inner Hype, thanks for the subscription.
Inner Hype just resubscribed for 94 months.
Thank you so much,
The
Inner
hall
Hype.
is hushed. The stage
here we go.
is lit, where hopes and digital dreams are knit. The Star Lancer Max, in steel and grace, descends to
It's a Star Lancer now. Thank you so much, Inner Hype, for that resub. So I'm trying to think if you can I swear to God, maybe you can overload a elevator, one of the smaller cargo elevators with a raft, if it's possible. But the drawback is you either have to, if you load the entire raft up, you have to have like a 1x4 footprint available to reattach the Atlas to, which means you give up on a little bit of cargo space to carry that. It's 3 deep, so it's 4, 8, 12. You give up on 12 SU cargo, which is fine. It's not that not big of a deal, but it's something that some people have to consider, especially if you're doing like, you may have some problems with not mathing when you get out there. You know, if you're doing like, you know, oddball sizes like 8, you know, 2, 8, 4, 16, 32 SU cargo containers, suddenly like not everything fits. Suddenly having that little vertical slot where the having that little vertical slot where the Argo Atlas goes could be nice. But considering how cheap the Argo Atlas is, how quick the cooldown is on the damn thing, just being able to throw it away at a ground station, just leave it behind and just get a new one, it's so easy. It's like 800 credits to like expedite the Argo Atlas, so it's not that big of a deal. Are 32 SU containers only used for whole sea missions? No. You can get 32 SU containers from extra large hangars and large hangars, I believe. Capital class hangars. And still spawn them. But the vast majority of the time, yeah, the only time you're going to be dealing with 32 SQ containers is the Hull C. That's where the majority of you see those. They're showing a small video. Okay. Are they doing it on Twitch? I thought they were doing it on Twitch. This is my horse. My horse is amazing. Yeah, it's just 19 minutes. They got a countdown. That's fine. So anyways, what we're talking about, yes, Atlas. Atlas is not really required, but there are some ships that extremely benefit from having the Atlas. Basically, if you have a large empty cargo bay like the Herc, probably really nice. Probably, I don't know, Inner Hype, Star Lancer? I don't own a Star Lancer. I haven't used a Star Lancer for cargo hauling. Inner Hype has a Star Lancer. He's used a Freelancer. Freelancer Max Star Lancer. Do you think the Argo Atlas is like almost required because of how good it is with those two ships? There we go. Pulled that out. I think the Argo Atlas is required for the Herc series. It's just way too good. Not required. And the reason why I say it's required, because just how easy it makes loading, right? For this thing. Like, you could load a Herc with your tractor beam, but if you have an Atlas, it goes so much faster and so much smoother. To the point where it's like, why would you use it? You're gonna throw everything in, right? You're gonna throw everything in with like the Argo Atlas, and then you're gonna reposition everything before you leave with the handheld tractor beam. I'm trying to think what other ships would benefit. Starfarer, maybe. The Starfarer does have a very large and deep cargo bay. The thing with the Starfarer, though, its cargo piles are really tall. I've actually done a little bit of cargo running a long time ago with the Starfarer. I'm not sure the Atlas is going to be very useful for that, but you can definitely like get stuff tossed into the Starfarer's cargo bay, but then you got to stack it. And stacking, the Atlas doesn't do a very good job of vertical stacking. It's good about getting cargo in. It's good at getting cargo into the bay, but the final adjustment is going to be pretty much handheld. And as a result, like for the Starfarer, it's probably going to be decent to use, but yeah. So I'm very clearly amateur, yeah. I haven't done a lot of cargo hauling. We're finding out today, though, that don't stack a bunch of cargo hauls to the same place that have multiples. Yeah, the Atlas is not very good at finesse. For example, the Zeus. I played with the Zeus a little bit. The Zeus CL. Do you think we'll be able to access freight elevators from the ship someday? I don't know, and I don't know for sure, but I don't think so. I don't think CIG is going to give us that level of... That's not a Chris Roberts thing. Chris Roberts likes physicalization, which means you have to get out and actually touch stuff in the game. So I don't think we're going to get remote access to anything. Titanium. Does this titanium go here? I'm trying to remember where the hell this titanium went to. You were supposed to, like, drop right here. I know the quartz was supposed to go to Everest. Is this titanium supposed to go to Everest as well? This helps to, like, double-check your stuff. Bajiti point above ArcCorp. Everest Harbor, so yeah. So we just have to dump all the stuff in here with the quartz. Just to see if it sticks. Or what doesn't go down goes to, yeah. I'll have to, like, reload. This is what kind of makes me irritated about these cargo. It doesn't tell you which boxes go where, so if you have, like, a hilarious amount of aluminum, it's up to you to kind of guess where all the boxes go. Because there's no bill of lading. So this titanium, does it go to Bajini Point? Does it go to Everest Harbor? I don't know. We'll just throw it on the grid and send it down and see what it's accepted and what's rejected. I do know all this quartz goes up here, though. Hmm. Cargo manifest, bill of lading. Because here's the thing, though. I am not a gameplay developer, right? I don't develop games in my spare time or even professionally. So we're gonna preface this with that statement. But it's clear that these boxes do have a destination that wants to accept them. So that bill of lading exists somewhere on the back end, on the server side. This box says it belongs to Bajini Point or Everest Harbor. All CIG would have to do is expose that information to the user interface, to the actual player, and this problem would just disappear. Right? That's it. That's all they would have to do is like, here, we're exposing the information to the player that's already there. That's what the user interface is all for. Just giving us that information. I mean, like, just when we tractor beam it, it already tells us it's consigned cargo and it's quartz. Why can't it tell us that what's its destination, right? It's just destined for Microtech. It's destined for Everest Harbor. Problem solved. I know, if only I understood just how hard, you know, the user interface is to make. Yeah, that can just go right there. Who gives a shit? Then we gotta head over to Bajini after we're done with this. I mean, I just... I mean, a manifest is good for, like... A manifest is used for, like, when you're traveling through places, you can hand, like, papers off to, like, you know, the dock workers or something, or the harbor master, or if you get stopped by the police, like, here's what my ship is carrying, and then they can, like, look through your, actually go through your ship and see what you're really carrying. And if there's any discrepancies between the manifest and what's actually on your ship, then there's going to be a problem. But what do you mean we're not done delivering aluminum to Everest Harbor? Okay. But the bill of lading goes on every piece of cargo. Oh, and it decided to become a JPEG. And the bill of lading tells you who's shipping, where are the items from, who shipped it, and where it's going and who's receiving it. And usually some other stuff on there, like some numbers and whatnot. That's what the bill of lading is for. And I would love to have a bill of lading for every piece of cargo, for every piece in my inventory. It came from here, it's going to there, and it's this. And it belongs to this mission. Yeah. So we just need 5 boxes. That's about 5 boxes. What are these? It's aluminum. I don't know if I need any more. Yeah, these were like for another mission entirely, I think. So we got 2 of that aluminum. Did I forget to, like... No way in hell is it this last little bit. Tile goods being hauled, yeah. So it's like a manifest. I swear to fucking God. Okay, so some of these missions are broken. They're not accepting. I swear to God, I'm at Evers Harbor and I dropped off. So just like some sort of shipping label, I guess. For my stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, the mission's busted. I'm gonna have to just submit a partial. And we're getting close to CitizenCon Directs. We may as well just like cancel the mission, right? I don't think we'll finish this stuff up. So yeah, it just didn't accept the cargo. Even though it accepted the cargo elsewhere. Yay. So don't do multi-delivery missions. Only do single pickup, single delivery. Don't do you pick up a bunch of shit here and deliver it between these 2 points. Don't do that. That doesn't seem to work in Star Citizen. Oh, I forgot this guy. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just drop everything here. This is someone else's problem. We tried our best. I need to go use the restroom, get a snack, and... Yeah. I definitely think CIG can So I was wrong about bill of lading. Drill is correcting me. We're learning today, everybody. As annoying as learning is. Ooh. So we'll get a partial payment for these missions. Yeah. Otaku van life, truck driver, we now know. Excellent. Soon Otaku van life will dox himself fully in my strat. It's all part of my nefarious plan to get to know everybody better. Let's see, contracts here. Yeah, so don't do these multi-delivery missions. Because I swear to God, I dropped the entire shipment of aluminum at Seraphim Station. And then I pulled back out what it didn't accept. And I figured, okay, what it didn't accept must go to Evers Harbor. And then I just dropped the rest of it into Evers Harbor. I figured it would just accept it, but it didn't. It only accepted 2 out of the rest of that shipment. And same with this other one. Didn't accept a goddamn thing. Gas Bajini points. Yeah, and here's the other one that was supposed to be delivered to Evers Harbor. This other shipment of titanium accepted 1 box out of the rest of that shipment. So, we're going to submit a partial. This one's going to submit a partial. And this one we're going to submit a partial. And this one we're going to abandon because... We're gonna go AFK. All right, let's get the ship moved, stored. Awarded 10,000 AUC. So I'm learning. Don't do multi drop-offs. Just take this cargo from here to there. That's it. These multi drop missions, for some reason, just don't work properly. I think CIG nerfed the reputation hit for abandoning missions, because I've been abandoning missions recently, and I don't notice it that badly. I think it's when you get higher level missions, the rep hit starts getting really nasty, which would actually be like makes sense. Now let's set it right here. Like for the alpha, right? Low-level missions give you pretty good rep, but higher-level missions, if you abandon them... Even then, for the alpha, considering how easy it is to mess up a mission, for example, like we've just witnessed. Like, oh, well, I had all the cargo, but it just didn't accept the cargo. Is this elevator just broken? Yeah. I'm not going to trust that to let me fall out. I know they may have changed it. Because I remember abandoning a few missions recently, and I checked my rep afterwards. It didn't move the needle at all for negative. All right. Yeah, we have no contained. I guess it deleted all of it. Whatever. All right, storage ship here. And then we can log out. Yeah. I know when they first started introducing the idea of negative rep, like the negative rep had a huge impact. And then people started complaining about it because it was so easy to have a mission that didn't work. Like you'd accept I'd accept a bunker mission, right? Go out, clear out some bunkers, a bunker somewhere in Crusader. I go down there, I kill a bunch of dudes, but the mission would never complete, so I'd have to abandon it, and then you eat a huge rep loss. And it's not your fault, right? And that was kind of the stuff people were complaining about. Like, I accept the cargo mission to deliver cargo, and... what do we got here? We got 2 minutes. Here, we'll just leave it on this. We'll be right back. Hopefully I need to go get a snack and use the restroom. That's kind of loud, though. We'll probably turn it down a bit. So we'll see you in a few minutes, everybody.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next star system would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our
We got
first
these guys
5
talking.
star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacier.
Don't even have time to put my headphones
Here,
on.
You'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of
Third
the
star
entire
system.
Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year,
Ah!
with
They're
the
gonna give us
addition of
Nyx in
several
installments.
Major locations,
Where's my
such
fucking
as the
spoon?
Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex. We will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different
They're gonna-
approach to how we deliver,
Ugh.
but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner. and
So,
shows our
they're gonna
intent
give us
as we continue
Nyx
on
one
our
planet at a time,
2.0.
one
I'm
jump point at
so
a time.
incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen,
More rushed
that's
shit out the
begins
door.
with a little story.
Not surprised. CIG's realizing they can't keep this shit up. Wait for stuff to be finished. They got shoved out the door as quickly as possible.
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal,
You mean the
determined
slicers?
to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the regen crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond.
Right.
Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyramus Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe.
I don't think Nyx is coming this year. I'd be surprised. CSG, you're more than welcome to prove me wrong. But I don't think Nyx is coming this year. Next year, maybe. Maybe we get a... Maybe we get like a playtest for Nyx.
Came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really reset. I mean, the planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The
QB.
system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski.
Nyx is
They
Nyx.
wanted
Yep,
to make
I'm
it
canceling
everything
Nyx.
that the UE wasn't at this time.
AC Vertigo
Set
CIG
up
canceling
what they
Nyx.
saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UE for help?
Oh yeah,
Making a star
another
system is-
another making of a star system.
You approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nyx system is a remote
the carrot.
system where people want to go and live
Woo!
free outside of the pressure and influence of the UE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect, they're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
Yeah. They're
The
introverts.
Pyrostar is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
It's blue, everybody.
The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas, sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nyx is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some.
Oh my god.
light.
The evil system, it's red and it's
The level designers are
menacing.
using it as an
Oh, for
actual
fuck's
visual
sake.
indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if
my
you point your
fucking
ship
God.
in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I
I can't believe they fucking did that.
Some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle.
Oh my god. So the people who hate space dust
away from the sun,
all over the place are going to hate this shit.
reflections and sort of like little
Space flakes. Space dandruff.
For the jump points in Nyx, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyre to Nyx and one from Stanton to Nyx. It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Anywhere you want.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity.
Hey, so it's going to be the mining system, the Nyx.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra.
Yes, anxious. These guys don't know a goddamn thing about space.
People who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type
I hate to break it to you guys, but as things get hotter,
Always feel
they start to
way
shift
more
towards the color
interesting flying
purple.
those spaces than just through empty void.
And as we build out the glacier,
You go
we're
from
gonna make
red
sure
to
that
white.
Lots of places to put new content.
Right? Red, white, then purple. As you get towards purple, things get really fucking hot. In fact, you don't usually get to purple before things start turning into like gas.
Had built a mining base on that got taken over by the
So-
People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
So yeah,
Levski is our
a blue
first
star
and
would be a
biggest
lot
social
hotter than a red
outpost
star.
for Nyx.
A
It's
lot
kinda
hotter.
like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a CD underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location.
Blue icy, I know, right? I think that when they were talking about the coolest is how cool the system looks. It looks icy.
Huge gas ring around it. It's scattered
Too much
small,
fucking
mid-sized
gas.
pieces of the asteroids.
CIG loves their fucking fog.
Levski's immediately apparently
Holy
unique
shit.
by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along
Oh, exterior landing pads. Welcome to Levski.
Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size.
I agree, Drill. This looks cool. As long as it doesn't have too much
shot of the asteroid.
As long as it doesn't have too much gas and dust around it.
That there is an area to fly underneath.
Well, they've shrunk it down.
We plan on.
That looked a lot bigger.
Gameplay. So this is exterior cargo elevators.
From like CitizenCon last year.
As a team, you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able.
EVA-able?
There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not.
I wouldn't call them anarchists. I'd probably call them communists.
Derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order,
but only where the People's Alliance.
I call Levski a commune.
But we've had Levski before.
There is an order to it.
We've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since.
Anarchist commune.
But also visually, and there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was
a martyr?
One of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically,
it's a hospital.
Local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the Habs location, you'll be presented with a lobby.
It doesn't work. Yeah, fuzzy treat. Hey, it's the Apollo Rats. Apollo Rats, or however you call those. I think it's our Apollo Rats. Can't wait to eat more Apollo Rats.
Room will be pods.
And that's
Carne
where
Ratus.
the original miners would have lived.
Carne es Ratus.
They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will
Cafe
see
Musani.
market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls. There will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like corderies, which is your
Hey,
arm shop,
corderies.
and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons.
Hey, I remember buying stuff from there
There's also
a long
one of
time
my
ago, like
favourite
5 years
places,
ago.
Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a
Talk
drink.
to,
You never
what's
know who
his
you meet
name?
down there.
Miles Eckhart. That's where he initially was spawning. Is
If
Recco
you
coming
explore
back?
a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would
I
go
remember the
if
day
you
they
were
added
looking
Teach's.
to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old
It's,
ship.
it's the exact same loadout. Prospector,
We've
Cutlass
closed up
Black.
Compass Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers.
That's fine.
Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is
The refinery deck.
a refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nyx system, and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nyx is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of its run down.
Oh, that's actually hollowed out a
people
little
who
bit
live
on the
there,
sides. I didn't realize
love it,
that.
and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding.
That's kind of how Stanton
I mean,
was.
is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of, style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me.
Mm.
So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is
So
fantastic.
the Stanton system was released in waves over several years. Every planet, a new planet every year or so. So they're doing the same for Nyx. But Nyx mostly just has a couple barren planets and a space station. So what the fuck?
Levski, we talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nyx is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nyx system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict. But there's some points of interest
Copy
that
paste
you'll
checkpoint
spot as you go
station
through.
into
So the
Nyx.
station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nyx system as the system was being established. But you'll also see some additional design cues that QV Planetary Services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet.
of all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only
People
is
just ram the
facility
Polaris and kill it,
unabandoned, but it's
and the mission
also
fails
under
for everybody.
attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
All right, let me guess. It's the Vandal. Ah! A surprising yet familiar foe. There's the Stinger.
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
I'm surprised they don't use the new
Striking
updated
out
Vandal
against outposts and such in the Nyx
designs
system.
for the
They
Scythe
don't really
and
know
the
what
Glaive.
they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
There'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
The thing's massive.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launched that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
Nope, not the first time. 2.0 had the ICC missions, which had a Vandal fight at the very end. With some Vandal scythes. Actually, I was there for that.
After you fight off the Vandal ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which INSEC sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
They're cannibals.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but
until they improve the AI, I think it'll be fairly easy.
The players getting a sense of what exactly is going on here, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They'll be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with INSEC, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The director
Making
from
an enemy
INSEC
of everybody
to
is
explore
probably the dumbest
station
idea
and
ever.
Collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vandal have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Yay, Wicklow! Woo!
This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game. You can go back.
It's not an
and
event.
repeat this mission and
It's not an event. You heard it here live, everybody. It's a thing that just exists
There'll be
in the
a different
world.
Story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that INSEC will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to INSEC along the way.
Wasn't the Stinger supposed to have a turret on top of it?
I'm super excited to finally see the Vandal in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Fan Duel ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal Swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
Okay.
So this marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding
Vandal off the starboard bow.
So we'll leave
Starboard
4.4
bow.
there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Yay!
Hello, everyone.
2026.
And welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone.
Yes.
Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system.
Oh, I was wrong.
In case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone.
But it's going to be a partial release, so I was half right.
Architects of our persistent
Half
universe
wrong.
said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media.
This
by
is
using
live.
#CitizenCon. We're especially interested.
A lot of the other
photos
stuff is
from those watch
pre-recorded,
parties
inner
that are
hype.
happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say.
Oh my God.
Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nyx arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the Star System out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling Star Systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now, at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the maestro Pedro himself, and let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nyx system.
Yay, more, fuck me, this is like CitizenCon Direct the Nyx system, isn't it?
Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world.
Ah, another Jesus
and
tech.
Not just in the building
Amazing.
of new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them.
Oh my God, we're
lens
reworking
of our
everything we've already.
technology.
Oh God, shit,
Previously,
Lord
and more
Jesus.
traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature.
Oh yeah,
in
they
the
talked
most
about Genesis
believable
last
way,
year.
and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our walls.
It wants to be there.
Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems.
It's just, it's got a nice carpet now of green and more green.
For our different data sets. Like height maps.
Oh
humidity,
bullshit!
temperature, soil
This
type, soil
this
type,
is not how it's gonna look when you land.
to name but a few.
This is
means
work
you
in
can
progress.
Now tell where to find valuable minerals as
This
the
looks way
geology
too good.
grows, like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the
This could all
tallest
be
mountain
CGI.
to the
Hell, this could be
smallest
AI
flower
generated stuff, so don't get too
still
excited, folks.
With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure. Discovery in the purest
I know.
emotional
Mistral Essie telling us to touch
that
grass.
perfect place.
It's good.
The planet's
It's good when I like
providing
it.
an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go
I'm pretty
deeper
sure I fought
into what we have
bots
built that
in
allows
Submission on
Genesis
Helldiver 2 on this
to
planet.
realize our vision.
Yeah, Malevelon
As a
Creek.
reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know.
Blue
Nyx
gas
2 is
blue
a
gas
yellow,
giants would be really hot.
toxic,
It's
Or
got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
probably the only inhabitable planet in the entire system.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome
If
concepts
it's not water,
give us a fantastic
like Neptune,
platform
okay.
to
So
hone our
methane.
technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look.
Okay, that's fine.
Vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This
Seasonal
creates a
gameplay.
far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest.
Are we going to have orbiting
all over
planets at some
the place.
point? Or, yeah, planets that orbit the stars?
Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
Okay.
When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that
Good
was
luck
missing
driving
from
over
the
any of this
terrain
crap.
previously was simply
Fuck
feature
me.
complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing
The fuck changed?
4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and
Hey, I think
allows
I've
us to
played this
create
game.
far more
Satisfactory. I remember
unique
putting
locations across the
power poles across this crap.
So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks.
Oh,
We've
fuck,
now
of course I
got
gotta add
two
rocks.
major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long-desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large-scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location.
Finally,
This
they've
adds
solved
an
cliffs.
exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
Cool.
Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
Look at that. We can have sweeping plains with no fucking rocks in them, so you can drive over it.
Themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
Great cat. Hey, it's not a rock. It's not a rock DS.
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks
Yeah, I played this game too.
let's
Death
add some
Stranding.
vegetations and explore
I remember
some
having to
additional
deliver stuff to the Wim farm over that hill all the time. I know, right?
Nick's
Getting gooder
ones, forests
insanity.
and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations.
Do you remember the wind farm inner hype?
And they're
That
found
one
in all
hill
sorts of elevations,
just before you go down
mountain
into the area.
valleys, open plains, and dense
That's what it looks like. The top of that one hill.
When we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland type biomes. And while
Fuck
forests
the wind
are
farm.
super cool,
Fuck that
let's
place. I
focus on
hated
the
it.
grasslands and wetlands today. So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect,
Cool.
not sticking out like before.
Gravity aligned. I'll drink to that. Ah, cool little Ursa. Is that the lynx? That's a lynx.
Let's take a look at how
Not
we
an
light
Ursa.
our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a
Grass
solution
touching
which treats
citizen.
meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So, let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in
Roblox.
the past, this broke down
Brick
very
and Rack.
quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain.
There you go.
Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
Oh my god, they do it by squares on a sphere? Are you crazy?
Creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps.
Shrek Citizen.
Built using the lessons
Get out of my
all
swamp!
the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage.
Yeah, is there going to be any reason for us to actually visit these fucking places besides posting screenshots to Reddit?
Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nick's world. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
So we're going over to Bluesky again?
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions.
System to... Yeah.
No one said hauling was gone. He doesn't even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various volumes of cargo between stations.
I'm down for it.
So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for
Basically what people have been asking for a while. Going, buying cargo and standing, selling in Pyro and
There'll
stuff.
be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Elios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to.
That's what the whole C's supposed to do. It's supposed to go...
Limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nyx.
Just a Drake cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone
Start
into hauling
trekking
missions so
across the
far,
universe.
with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nyx system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Okay, what the fuck is this? This is concept art. Yeah. It looks evil.
So Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Keegan Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations.
Okay. Do we have to get an SRV to haul a fucking rocket to these goddamn stations and crack them open like fucking pinatas?
These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these
it's gonna be key cards.
You'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance.
Yeah, looks cool.
Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat.
Of course.
You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
It's gonna be horde gameplay again. What the hell shotgun is that? That's the BR2? That thing fires pretty fast.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
Basically, it's Hathor gameplay, but in space.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
So it's like a big geode. You crack it.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation. and
FPS
don't mind
gameplay.
A little bit of FPS content while they're there.
Is that a space AK? That was a space
Very new
AK.
experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless Gang King of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say Gang King?
You already did.
Yeah. You're gonna trigger the people.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way.
Ah, it's funny.
No,
It's a
I'm being
joke.
told it's mining. It's mining. And of course,
It's just a
one of
minor
the most
problem.
anticipated features coming to Star Citizen Genesis, and what that means.
When
for
we
the
doing
planets of Star
Rockcracker?
Citizen, including the ones already in there.
Probably
So let's
when
talk
Nyx
to Will
releases
Haynes
and when it
about that
has
more.
Rockcracker in it.
And I'm just remembering that Will Haynes is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else
Some
we got?
fjords, yes.
The Citizen on digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Vanduul.
There's a
and
mining
an
thingy.
Intersect BDU sweater and outfit. A couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes.
The Space
some
AK.
slick Bluesky swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited edition.
That's that
of the
new
Vanduul
fully automatic.
Citizen,
They're
cool
bones
Vanduul
on the
mic
stock.
plushie,
Ugh.
which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's digital goodies pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good. We're
Great.
getting the
Jared
next
Huckabee
system,
has
the
an
Vanduul coming.
NPC.
Been a lot of nicks, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone, and it deserves a major show.
They're going full Dead Space here, where they have bones on the armor.
More, right?
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scan the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Eventually, we'll have PCAP in Star Citizen.
This has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe. The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out
The
a few little
ships!
gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
You had the Polaris come out, and obviously
It's gonna be a Polaris variant, isn't it?
Snuck the Idris in.
The cargo variant of the Polaris.
It's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogs.
Has more PDCs and less turrets.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
A Polaris Mark II. The entire ship is a torpedo. Over, that's the Mark 12.
A return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf.
Oh. No, it's not me. Well, it's not live anymore, folks. Yes, they did. Sushi Bagel, they revealed the goodie pack stuff. Apparently. CitizenCon Direct has crashed on YouTube. Are they on? Salty Mike is watching them. There we go.
Start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace.
Sorry.
Anvil is a very military
Fucking YouTube.
brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time.
No, it's just some flavored armor sets, a couple of guns, a plushie, some hanger flare.
In the past. You will be familiar
If
with
I could rewind, I could show it to you, but I
the
can't.
Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
It's the gunship!
The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
The gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained
I don't know. It depends on how much you want the armor pieces and the guns, the FPS
We don't have a lot of
guns.
gunships in the game, the true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky.
I don't know. I looked at it and I'm just like, $40 for all that. I mean, if you really like the flavor of the pack.
And high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew. It's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. it feels like it's coming towards you even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If the
Like it's an anvil
notice
ship.
The canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2 remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the...
Or size 4s, I believe.
We've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions.
I can hear that. That's a bunch of the Redeemers being melted all at once.
Is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience.
There's the new flight suit that comes with the goodie pack.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the 2 connected.
Hey, that's cool. So the gunners are underneath the glass ceiling.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do.
Nice ramp.
Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners.
Couple loot boxes, never a bad idea.
You have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil.
I do like
lineup.
the shape
So
of it, though.
Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know,
Yeah, now I can see like the how they made it
make
similar
sure
to
it's safe, make sure no one
other
messes with you and
gunships.
just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you called out, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you
can have a bucket.
Together. You're all equal at work. You're
The toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Isperia. Isperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Isperia is the Vandal Stinger.
The Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot-tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet.
They're just going to be
They also
evil?
make really cool spaceships.
We're not going to characterize them.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
Fucking knew they'd be offering this thing for sale.
It is a competitor to something like the FA or I guess the Scorpius.
This thing's gonna be like $600, I'd imagine.
Quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits. One thing Isperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Isperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Isperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
That's a lot of guns.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the
What,
PU
size
was to
4s?
take
4 size
the
4s, a
Stinger
couple
from
of
the
size
squadron
1s, and a
team
size 5.
and prepare it for life in the PU. We
This thing's
took the
fucking
opportunity
stupid.
to take, you know, this really well-established art
It's gonna
style
fly like a Connie
and,
or a Corsair.
added extra
It'd
details
be
where
massive.
needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together.
It's
You know,
fucking
it connects the thrusters in,
hilariously
it connects all the kind
overgunned.
of underside of the vehicle and then pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships. It
Mhm.
also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, you know, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you.
The
and
massage
you kind of
table.
climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being like carried inside the cockpit.
Oh, it's got
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
oh my god. So yeah, it's gonna take you a half century to get to the cockpit of this
Done a really
thing.
good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the, you know, the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands
Nice
on
hat.
stuff that other people
Nice hat, bro.
couldn't. Items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, you know, happy customers. You know, Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who are would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know.
It's a cutlass, isn't
what
it?
It is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something
It's
truly unique,
Jared's jalopy.
arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people
My God,
will
it's
probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a Cutlass.
yes. There's a Cutlass in there. It looks like they put like the Hurricane turret on top.
Changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, you know, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a Cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside.
Why is it a remote
where,
turret?
Again, it sort of feels Cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
Why?
Toilet.
Ah! It's got a bucket.
Bucket.
A shit bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe
You could
the
fire all the
madness
guns on this thing too. This thing has like a hilarious amount of guns. 2 size 4s and like 4 size 3s.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
Nope.
nothing. Just
No comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, you know,
He
there's
goes to
many
places
ways
and talks to
find
people,
these things
and then he
that,
just builds the fucking ship.
You know, I mean, are they legitimate, you know, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, you know, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to...
It's great
Still
market,
where I got
Shiv. Yeah.
How we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for...
It also has a hilarious number of
something
missiles,
that's a
just
bit
like the
different, a
Cutlass.
bit away from the norm. They just want something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship.
Oh, those are
It's also
custom
really strong,
weapons.
to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement, and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's talking ship for another year. So-
Yeah, you can't do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
Talking weapons, yes. Instead of talking shit, ship. Always more ships. So they're going with the jalopy manufacturer, which is just kind of like everything like a junkyard manufacturer.
About the new edition that come out in October, the non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher,
Rocket
the
launcher.
LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
Where is Galactic? He's gonna love that.
I think
he's been
this
asking
is
for
the
it for a
one
long time
that,
now.
Not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic.
Glad just gonna love this shit.
The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing Sniper Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Back to medical.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher or...
Very wog. Yes, Miguel.
3 grenades straight together.
It's just three. It's an IED launcher. That is the most orky thing I've seen in this broadcast. It's just an IED launcher.
You're gonna have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus because you've got the tube on your shoulder. You try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm gonna hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
We got some binoculars, some grenades.
Talk about binoculars. Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
Yes. Yes, will they have
I'm
glint?
aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to glint gate, as you know, I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
Thanks, Alexei and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons.
And weapons.
Anyone else is going to come and tell me something else? It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse. And they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all 3. So you can fly them now ahead of the release next week when Alpha 432 goes live.
You get to fly all the ships.
3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these cool new Bluesky desk mat things. These are always popular. There's some Bluesky metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium t-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I shill? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, where is it?
Coins.
Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack. So you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right. What else can I shill? Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right. Let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Here we go. Excuse me. Hi, how you doing? That was my best angle. Hey, I have to be careful.
This guy.
Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants. If the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Duster's armor right here.
Yeah, we've seen this stuff inside Star Citizen.
From a game that we're not talking about today. The Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool Krigeri Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna go over here. Can you see me?
Look at that.
Hi, Mom. All right. So yeah, and what are you doing, Richard Towler? All right.
You got the puppet.
I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got a cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016, where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm going to come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah.
Are those actual margaritas?
Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness?
Does it have actual?
I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know.
Does it have actual alcohol in it? No.
Competition. Oh, competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look.
They put them on the screen down below.
All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got. Oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see. There's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation here?
God. I can hear him getting fatter through the microphone.
That's a CitizenCon throwback if you're not familiar with. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience.
And you didn't have to give Wicklow any worm teeth for that pizza.
Gemma, can we, Jim, are you there?
Yes, Jared.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
Oh God, Working, why would you do that? Why would you buy a spaceship? You know the Stinger's gonna be complete ass. It's gonna get absolutely destroyed. It's gonna fly worse than the F7, F8s.
Will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
First version of crafting is
Wicklow.
going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials that have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor.
For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
Good old freelancer.
Somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft.
Hey, it's that taser pistol that we were supposed to get a long time ago.
Based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can
oh my god, this
what you have in your
in a bright environment, this UI is awful.
The new refining crafting system yet, we'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft and it'll get queued up and your result will be produced sometime later.
Pulse laser pistol. Cool.
You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most
It's basically just a Herodra cube from
on your freight elevator and use
from
it in your
Diablo
personal
2.
hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll
Or
be able
find in the
to
wild.
Increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere.
Yes.
Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro.
Okay.
But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other, it's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content.
More
So
jump
that said,
towns.
How will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator.
Yes,
you're inside
elevators.
the instance.
Every
The
instance
gateway
will be hooked up
opens,
to an elevator.
Cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances.
I don't recognize
Allow
those
you to
weapons on
join
that
in either with a
freelancer.
party and have a reserved instance for your
But I
party.
think those are the new
or
repeaters.
Join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangers currently.
Okay.
Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Siege of Orison coming back.
Siege of Orison was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Orison. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small
Make it
group
better.
to work through that activity.
Okay.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current
We're
thinking,
going back
Siege
to
of
Orison.
is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in. You'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic
Yes,
who
I gave a lot of
sole job is
feedback.
going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was
We're gonna have
designed
data
for about
pads,
15 to
data
30
pads that actually
people,
work.
But when we
this time.
released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo. Or if it
These
was a public
NPCs
event
look
that
awful.
You could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited to say the least to bring
Missing
back Siege of
every
Orison
fucking
to
shot.
2-star citizens and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Yes, And while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Origin, and more will reveal next year, will continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx, there's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
I thought Municipal Works was supposed to be at Area 18 from last year's
So
Citizen
inside
Con.
the facility, you'll find huge
Am I misremembering?
vaporization chambers,
Am I misremembering
old
stuff?
processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where
Mhm.
you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in
I know, right, Bones? I'm gonna keep waiting too.
Pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural plays, but you will
Cool.
also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really
There's a lot of
place
first-person
you
stuff
go
going
to
on here in
fix
Star
stuff.
Citizen.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to
Yeah.
literally. And so
Our
the
first
player
sewage
is tasked
gameplay.
with their group, most likely, to go into there,
More
take out the
dungeons.
outlaws and get the facility working again.
Remember when we used to
Something
be a
at the
Starship
ship, this is
game?
Literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a free layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real.
I'm not going to comment on the look of the level design right now because obviously they're still working on this stuff. And with the ASD facilities we have recently, I think CIG can do something. So
Gameplay around landing zones for a long time.
I'm
Now that
looking
we have
forward to what they
instancing
got,
coming
but
online, that allows
just
us
more
to do
Hathor stuff,
something
more
that
contested
provides
zones,
really cool gameplay
more ASD
close to the
stuff.
landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression. But it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
Okay, cool.
It's going to allow players to
Pick up a drop
return
in.
back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the
That's
whole 3
great.
chapters.
I like
You're
that
not gonna
idea.
Have other people
It's good.
getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and
Yeah, you could have like a small chunk of content for a half hour or 45 minutes, and gotta go take care of the kids. Gotta
So
go.
That's a look at how we'll be allowing
Yeah, and
players
then log in
and
next time, and
developers
you can pick up where you left
create
off. It's a great idea. I
crafting
like it.
Experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
That was one of the problems I had with I'm sure. That's one of the problems I had with Siege of Orison. Siege of Orison was like 2 hours, maybe 3 hours at its worst. If you were playing with a bunch of noobs and whatnot, nobody knew what the fuck they were doing. It could be up to like 3 hours, and that was a huge chunk of time. So I'm glad CIG is going through and like toning down, like having some nice small chunks of missions. Even contested zones, like you can go out, get a couple red key cards, blue key cards. It's like, okay, tomorrow we'll log in and we'll get through the contested zone, get to the treasure room. And then you get all the key cards together, and then you're like, okay, this weekend we're gonna go do the executive hangar, right?
immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that.
You guys have a broadcast license?
On
You get-
Twitch, though, or not, Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see. We've got welcome back, Bluesky from. I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh no. Oh, time to suit up. Let's go get him. Says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you.
Yeah, but it's gonna be partial nicks in 1 month. It's not gonna be the whole thing. They're gonna do it like they did Stanton, where they slowly roll it out over the period of a year. So I was half right. We're not getting nicks this year. We're getting a third of nicks this year because they have like a gas giant, a planet, and another planet, and they have Delamar, which is a protoplanet. So we're probably getting Delamar. We're probably getting like Nyx 3, which I think is the outermost planet, which is the hero planet they showed off with all the terrain.
Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about.
Wonder if Macklin is there. Who's that? I know Chris Roberts and Sandy Roberts were seen at Bar Citizen in Switzerland.
Development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams.
A bite-sized Nyx. They're having some broadcasting problems on Twitch.
Hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know who. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies.
No.
They tend to like to in the dark at their computers.
Macklin, yeah. What's his name?
And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your
I have to remember.
And they're like, oh yeah. So
wait, you guys force your developers to be on contracts?
A little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks.
Oh
so
my
we're gonna spend
God.
2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Esslin Macken.
Just the one.
People listen up Opportunity Zone Origin 1.
Last year.
Esslin. Iceland.
8 or 9, maybe 9 or 10.
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good. Bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-tap's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos?
Yeah,
like
that weird crack house.
Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody. Yay!
I can feel your passion from here.
Cut the camera. Counting you down, like, you've got 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I can do this.
Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come
Moist.
on.
We'll give you a new nickname.
Moist.
Sounds good.
Moist.
Good one.
Moist.
Let's get started.
Moist. We done yet?
So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say... that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
A week ago.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal.
We haven't got anything from 1.0 this year, I don't think.
And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior.
Which is kind of obnoxious for a reason. All the releases they've done this year.
Move us forward on this road to 1.0.
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players.
Right.
Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenith Threat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience?
No, this is the story of Squadron, not Squadron 42, Star Citizen.
A living, breathing universe.
So it's gonna have multiple stories.
That includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also
Squadron 42 is going to be its own thing, set in the far past of Star Citizen. But Star Citizen has its own stories
which allows us
that CIG's running through.
Some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed.
Yes, like the Biker Pirate story.
How we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the Sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features, but I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever. Look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers
I don't know.
engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future. So I want to move us to the future.
I don't know. Best year for Star Citizen?
Talked about this more
maybe.
diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice.
Considering all the other problems.
But where do
We've had a lot more hype in the past, you know, building 2.0, higher module,
to make this universe seem
first dogfighting module released.
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year...
You guys actually want to talk to the player base?
Fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions...
Well, the big bugs are down, like the showstoppers, Jurla. The stuff like causes server crashes or like players to crash to desktop. It is a lot more stable. I'll agree with that.
It's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something
again.
That we're working towards very
time
soon.
is a circle. I swear to God, to these people.
The first one coming back in the verse, and just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be a integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of, and obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that?
For instance, instancing?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody
Because
can come in and play together.
the player base
And
doesn't want to play with the other
would be
part of the player
easy
base. Half the player base doesn't want to play with the
have
other
a
half of the player base.
First instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizens. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to. You said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the 3rd pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances, like a cantina or a bar, where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance. You're not going to get a loading screen. You would just see
No more loading screens.
location. It would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said,
there's going to be a lot more instance content coming out as people complain that CIG has too much PvP in their game.
And all 3 of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering,
has loading grass,
and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this.
Eventually, we're on our way towards our single player MMO, everybody, where you don't have to interact with everybody.
One last big one. It's very easy to
but everybody impacts gameplay in some way. Single player Star Citizen win.
Our days making it no better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships.
Well, spaceship sales are at the core of all this. That's for sure.
What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions.
Do we have mining missions?
We're working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose, and I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of.
Well, the purpose is to drain your bank account.
Spectrum of content to allow players.
Oh God, Spectrum! I don't want Spectrum in my cockpit.
2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen, and I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for.
I don't even know if we're going to survive 2026 at this rate.
I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
Get a twinkle in his eye. Ian,
Take it away.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which
Arena Commander?
incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process,
Okay.
and it's going to come online about mid-next
It's
year.
gonna be a
But we're
thing
really
that
excited about the content we're creating.
you can't beat
We
with
want
just
to
one
share
ship.
with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
Like,
People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in
the Theaters of War for the persistent universe, Jirla.
The station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
I love that paint for the Idris with the shark teeth on it.
Broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find three big arms. You will see at the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
Unknown faction meant for slicers. It's Xenothreat or slicers.
Here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
Or you can just fly up and cover the Idris with your Polaris and just have the PDCs shoot everything.
Dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
I knew it! Beams! I knew it!
And your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets.
Yeah.
But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything.
so it's just it's his infinite hit points.
But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields.
You have to go at
To do
FPS.
that actually brings you to your
Exodus.
first objective.
I'm barely staying awake, man.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that
Oh,
are holding
God.
the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Finally, a reason to use the fucking gladiator. Holy shit, CIG. Only took you like fucking 10 years.
Taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Idris?
Yeah.
Idris will have a use. Bunch of gladiators in there. Jirla, I'll be your wingman.
Proud dad moment.
We're just gonna call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Here we go.
The structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another.
I mean, honestly, can you pick a worse movie for them to rip off?
Or you need to bring friends.
I'm okay with this.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Why do you need to move quickly? You could just kind of go slowly through there, and because you're a spaceship with 6 degrees of freedom.
So that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
Ah, that's why.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage.
It looks good.
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're going to get our new feature in. Ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're going to
It's an armored core.
Land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's
yes.
for ships like the Idris and the Polaris.
Yes.
And other ships.
Yes. Yes. More of this. I like it.
Land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Yeah, FPS gameplay.
A fire team in. You've got to land. You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
All right.
After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
I think the Perseus was supposed to be released. Yeah. They got 3 new ships they're releasing like right now.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vandal neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood.
Ah, yes, the Vandal.
Alert the Vandal by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable. You're on a time limit. Vandal are coming. They're going to come hard. They're going to keep coming. You're going to have one hell of a fight.
Did we actually get to see a Vandal capital ship in this? Which would be the Hunter? Is that a king ship? That can't be a king ship. I'm trying to remember my Vandal capital ships. It's been forever since we've talked about them.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love.
Now there's the driller, there's the harvester,
we want to create.
there's the hunter, I think, which is the gunship. I think you kill a couple of them in the Squad 42 demo that showed off last year.
But we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're
Yeah,
gonna be fun.
looks cool. Gonna have to get an org together to actually do it, but Kraken win, not today, Bones. Not today. That should be it, right?
Okay.
It's live.
Why do you still have the puppet?
You got the Paladin Singer, Grey Market Shiv.
Strike groups. You know, it's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around.
Hey, for court your rep.
Done lots to build stuff.
So this is one of the new ships they're releasing, the Shiv.
Said we're currently building out even more for those, and our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions.
Like I have like 2 orgs, Jirla.
Aaron Roberts. Aaron Roberts.
Is it Aaron
We're
Roberts?
finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations. Hesitate, you know, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. That's
Cheers are
really
fired.
exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time.
Quad remote
to,
turret from the Hurricane, loaded with 3 S3 guns with the F-78 Hort Mark II. 2 S4 Bluesky guns from Redacted, Volts repurposes rear main thrusters, taken from the Valkyrie. Engine specialized long-range travel from the
Before
Freelancer.
we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
$135. Actually, it's not that
I hope
bad.
you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking.
Chris Roberts, he's talking to us.
Of course, we're not going to
Sure,
spoil
Bones.
everything
You can join our
that's in
org.
progress, and many features we haven't
There's a
discussed
link
today
down in the
are
Twitch
active
description.
development,
The
like baseball,
Proletariat
social, and trade
for
tools
Star
are very
Citizen.
much a priority. These, along with bringing the final
Or if you want to
qualifications
join the Black Hand, you have to have
into
Exodus.
the
Exodus.
Citizen universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game.
He's
and
not
take the
he's
time
not
to
lying
achieve
on that
dream
one.
we are part
Companies
of
are
one of
constantly
the
buying each other up,
remaining
like
video games.
Microsoft.
So thank you.
Microsoft bought out
And I look
ZeniMax,
forward
and they
to
own a
seeing
whole
all of
ZeniMax
this
things. EA just went private, bought out by the Saudis. There's still independents out there, still making good stuff. Expedition 33 was pretty cool. What are you talking about, Exodus? Our org mostly plays Battlefield. Right? I think we're done. Alright, that's cool. So what do we have with the greatest market? So we're talking about this new Cutlass that they're releasing. Greatest market, PT Early Access. Shiv arrives in Star Citizen Alpha 432 upon release. Will be flyable when the next version of the PTU is published. See disclaimer below. The ship arrives with Star Citizen Alpha 432 and will be flyable when the next PTU version is published. So the next version of the 432 PTU should have this shiv, and which means unless you own the damn thing, you're not going to be able to fly it. Special insurance offer ahead of the Intergalactic Airspace Expo. Great market offer 10-year insurance policy on non-war bond standard shiv pledges. So you can get 10 years on the non-war bond one. This one, that's a 150. 10 years? I don't know if that's a good way to do it, but they'll probably have 10-year insurance on the IA for some other cheaper ship, probably cheaper than this thing. So it's probably not a good cross-chassis upgrade, but 10-year insurance is decent. So 135 war bonds. Okay, sure, why not? They got some paints. The paints suck, of course. The blue blossom paint. What the fuck is this? I wish I could get a bigger picture of on my screen for some of these paints. Just zooming in doesn't seem to help. Yeah. This one's got a skull on it. Ooh. This one's black. This one has a bit of color on it. And they have the earthquake paint, which is kind of desert tan. If you want to do the council, the what is it, the Chairman's Club. Yeah, it's 2 hours. And no, I'm not gonna get the shiv. I don't like the look of it. I don't care for like Drake ships. We have seen this ship shape before in Star Citizen 2019. CIG showed us a little snippet of like Squadron 42, and they had this at the very end of it, I believe. This ship showed up at the very end. What was it, the Shape of Things to Come? They had the Cutlass like this. Star Citizen, was it this one? This was like the Vandal capital ships. I swear to God, I can't remember which trailer it was. But they had... Yeah, the Paladin's out. I can't remember what video it was. It was from like 2019. And it was like a preview. I know they say it's in the PTU, so if you buy it now, you should be able to fly it in the next PTU patch, right? Huh. We're gonna get the hour-long one, the official trailer. 2054 gameplay, that's fine. This one, here's the Squad release trailer 2026. Wasn't this one? Held the line. That was 1 year ago. Visual teaser. It was this one. Found it. And there's no sound for the first few seconds, which sounds kind of weird, but we get to see this shiv. This is a pretty cool teaser. I do have to be careful, though. It does get kind of loud. There's Broken Moon. That's one of the maps from Marine Commander. Big old mining. I can't remember the name of the mining station from Squadron. That's one of the central points. Central story points. There's the Aceto Comare. They did the briefing room on that thing. We saw that in the Squadron 42 trailer last year. There's the new blade, the new scythe. No, that's the glaive, scythe, and then we have the stinger. Yeah, the stinger used to have a turret on the back of it. And there's Vandal Capital Ship, can't remember which one that is. And there's the Shiv right there. Just briefly show it off. So I knew I seen the Shiv somewhere, but there it is. So they've been working on the Shiv for a while now. It even has the, this has the Valkyrie engine, so it hasn't changed much since we've seen it here. Inside the Bengal with the Retaliator bombers being moved around. I don't know if we'll ever see that Mustang variant. We probably will, now that they have this new Shiv manufacturer. Bones asks, should I buy a new PC with better CPU or GPU or just get my PC fixed? Well, I'd probably wait for Taco to happen and have Trump repeal the 100% tariffs he just placed on China. Because, you know, Trump always chickens out. And then I'd buy new PC parts. You know, wait for the prices to come back down. As you buy now, you're just paying the Trump tax. All right. So, what else do we have? So we have the gray market. So we'll probably see that Mustang variant at some point in the future now that they have the gray manufacturer out. Because that basically was the Shiv right there, without the weapons. When was that teaser released? 5 years ago. So it took them 5 years to develop the gray market manufacturer. That's just a Squadron 42 ship from the looks of it. And they're basically just selling that to us. This thing is upgunned to hell and back. If the pilot can control all these weapons, that's gonna be ridiculous. Hey, Jonelle. All right, good night, Jonelle. So let's see where Jirla and let's see where Jirla thought I was thinking about. Let's see if you all know me. Yep, Jirla was right. Was Inner Hype correct? Yes, they both were. They both know me very well. You've been here long enough. All right, so yeah, 135. The Cutlass Black's about 125 with the package. This one, I don't know. Like CIG just keeps strapping bigger and better guns to everything. It has 2 size 4s and 4 size 3s, so it just has a hilarious amount of guns, and it has a bunch of missiles too. This thing's gonna fly like complete ass. It's gonna be torn to pieces. Yeah, same missile mounts as the Cutlass. And they said the interior is gonna be all fucked up. And this is another complaint we've had in Star Citizen. when you buy a new ship, why is the interior all fucked up? Like, I understand why the Shiv would have a fucked up interior. Why does the Shiv just come with a bunch of free tools just strewn about the floor? Yeah, why not upgrade your ship for $10, right? Well, I think the upgrade's going to be a little bit more than that. Go to RSI here. Shop, pledge store, so many clicks. Let me go to upgrades. And if we do Cutlass Black, because I have one. There's the Shiv. Yeah, Shiv is 150, unless you want to do War Bond, which is 25. So it's gonna be more than the $10. Nope. Where's the button? It's been a while since I pushed this button. There it is. So it's 25 min. If you have a Cutlass Black already, you're going to spend 25 to cross chassis upgrade. New money. If you want to do the standard is 40. So the Shiv's probably going to have like a single size 2 shield, and it doesn't matter how much firepower you have. If you can't maneuver to bring your guns on target, you're going to get torn apart. But it does have that remote turret, so if you have a co-pilot, that's a lot of firepower. So that kind of changes how things work. Kind of. Let's see, do we have like stats on this thing? We don't. So we don't have component stats on the Shiv. And that's a big red flag. Like, I wouldn't buy this thing until I know more about it. I'm actually not going to buy it. I've already bought enough ships. Admiral Paladin. And then we have the Stinger. I knew they were going to sell the Stinger. They're selling everything they can this year. If they're making it for Squadron 42, they're going to sell it to us. I'm surprised they didn't sell a Vandal capital ship. Like one of the small ones. Really small ones, like a capital capture, like 250 rare Vandal capital ships. Kind of like the Vandal, never to be sold again. Buy them now. They would make a shit ton of money doing that. Vanguard, Vandal version, Durban, Delhi Fort combined with close replicated Vandal powerhouse and Ispira's first heavy fighter. The Stinger, fortified armor withstands damage while customized load of human Vandal weaponry delivers it. A Devourer and a deadly vessel fit for new domain. This thing has a hilarious amount of guns on it. It's gonna fly like absolute ass. Look, if it looks could kill. If looks could kill. A majestic terror-inducing silhouette embodies the destructive power within. Its skeletal interior encased in a toughened hull with organic curves and outstretched wings of its predator. It has a single size 5 on it, and a bunch of size 4s, and a couple size 1s, I believe. Fearsome focus. With its minimalist interior, exceptional cockpit visibility, and outstanding resilience, the sailing craft enmeshes its pilot deep in action and outlasts its opponents to deliver overwhelming ruin. Whatever the hell these pictures are. I guess that's the interior. Worlds collide. Formidable Vandal firepower once again in human hands. For the first time, its loadout is almost exclusively customizable. Exchange the Vandal missiles and human ordnance to create your personal blend of destruction. Length 35 meters, width 35 meters, height 10 meters. Authentic Vandal finish. So they finally have... There we go. Members of the Chairman's Club. Yeah, factory standard. So they finally have paints for the Vandal ships. Cool. Got no CCO Warbond ships. Are you talking to... Oh, you're talking to Anxious. So it has one size 5 plasma cannon, 4 size 4 lasers, 2 size 2 laser cannons, and 2 size 5 missile racks, bespoke. So those are probably going to carry whatever, probably a bunch of size 2 missiles, I would imagine. I do like the green paint. Kind of corroded copper. P2 Early Access Stinger arrives with Star Citizen Alpha 432 upon release and will be flyable the next version of the P2 is published. See disclaimer below. Meridian Paint featuring CitizenCon Paint offer. Warbond standalone pledges include limited edition Meridian Paint featuring simple yet stylish metallic silver finished. Special insurance offer ahead of the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. Aspira offers a 10-year insurance policy on non-Warbond standalone Stinger pledges. We're getting to that point where like 10 years was, I thought 10 years. We're getting to that point where I thought 10 years was effectively lifetime. That 10-year may be up by the time Star Citizen releases. Yeah, just another heavy fighter that's going to be absolute junk. Imperial Stinger is being offered as pre-order pledge October 11th on the pledge store. This means this vehicle is not accessible in the current live version of Star Citizen. So it's only available on the P2 until 432 goes live. Yeah, and you'll only be able to be able to fly this thing on the P2 if you buy one now. So I'm not going to get one. I'm tired of falling for the heavy fighter trap. I suck at dogfighting, and I keep falling for the stupid heavy fighter trap of, like, it has more guns. It's $290. So, the fucking crazy thing about this is this thing is actually cheaper than the original Scythe, if I remember correctly. The Scythe was, like, 300? I'm trying to remember what the original price of the Scythe was, but it was expensive. 250, 300. I know the blade was about 250. I think the glaive was 350, right? So this thing's, in theory, almost... Yeah, this thing's Warbond is cheaper than the glaive. I think the glaive was before they did the Warbond store credit thing, right? Yeah, 350. So this thing's cheaper than the glaive. And the glaive was actually balanced. Because it had 2 size 5s. And a couple size 1s. And everybody's like, it's fine. It's only 2 size 5s. And then what else? Then we had the blade. And the blade was not available for sale. Oh, that's the bangle. I type in blade, and it gives me the fucking blade. The bangle. What was the pledge? $275. How are your things going? Well, maybe... Okay, so it was probably just me, but I was struggling to stay awake during CitizenCon Direct. I don't know. Maybe it's just me getting old. Didn't sleep well last night or something, but... I don't know. There really wasn't much I cared about. There was a lot of it was like, we did a good job this year. We still plan on doing Star Citizen 1.0. Here's some stuff that's not finished yet, but we'll show you early access for because we don't have anything else to talk about. And then here's a bunch of ships you could buy off the web store. That's basically was it. So we're now looking at the ships that are available. And I don't know. The Stinger, heavy fighter. There's also no stats for the Stinger. There's weapons, and this goes to show you just how the mentality of CIG and it has latched onto like a parasitic lamprey, some sort of parasite to the community. You notice they're only talking about the guns and missiles, and not even really talking about the missiles. They're just talking about the guns and the gun sizes. This is the priority that this community has, or at least the paying part of the community has. They only look at the weapons. They only look at the gun stats. Because it's the only thing that CIG wants to talk about anymore. They're not talking about like the size of the shield generators, size of the power plants. Not talking about what sensor suite it has, how much quantum fuel it has. There's a lot that goes into making a ship good or bad in Star Citizen, besides just the guns. And I've discovered the hard way. Right? School of Hard Knocks. Where heavy fighters may look cool until you try to fucking use them. Oh, and this thing's gonna shit all over a Vanguard. And My Vanguard, my little Vanguard Warden that Drilla gave me is now just completely obsolete. Thanks to this thing. I guarantee you this thing's going to shred Vanguards. What's the point of horning a Vanguard Warden again? You know, we were supposed to have a whole bunch of redundancy in the Vanguard Wardens. And CIG got rid of the double power plant because they couldn't figure out how to get... They couldn't figure out how to make it so power plants don't stack. It's simple. You don't make it so having two components gives you any sort of benefit other than, like, it's harder to kill the vehicle. The end. It's that simple. If you have two power plants, you don't make more power. You just, if one of your power plants gets more damaged, you don't notice the damage because the other power plant is producing the same amount of power. That's how it works in real life. Well, actually, you know. The link I got tells you the components if you want it. Well, I'm looking at the link that everybody has access to with my account logged in, but you're welcome to put it into chats. If I have to give you do I have a mod that can give working a permit? When's the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo planned? I don't know. Usually it's just after CitizenCon, November-ish. Star Citizen IAE. Aerospace Expo. 2954 was when? December. So yeah, end of November-ish. November 25th, 24th, 23rd. Yeah, around the November 20th to December 5th. I don't know if... Okay, let me give you permit working, and then you can post. We're in an ad break right now. I have to, like, do stuff. Permits. There we go. I think they gave you permit. I can pause this so I can have, like, more... Let's take a look at this. Is this the exact same link I have? Oh, so this is the specifications. So this is okay, so we have to dig deeper into this link. Working. You got fucking played like a goddamn fiddle. So I'm looking at the link that Working pointed out, and I'm gonna say it again because I'm right. They still don't give specifications. So if we go to the page where it shows you like more specs, right? Tells you a little bit more. This is like the store page, pledge store page for this fucking thing. So it tells you length, width, height, speed. This number could change any moment. Give you weapon sizes, give you missile size 2. It is size 2s. So it's 16 size 2 missiles. I don't know why they can't write 16. Just nobody cares as 2 racks. You can write 8 size 2 and like just have 2 entries here, like they do up here. Specifications. We already know this because they're up here. It's redundant. Here's where I'm right. Avionics. It has a radar. It has a computer. What size? It has fuel intakes. It has fuel tanks. How much fuel does it have in its tanks? It's quantum drive. What size quantum drive? It has a quantum fuel tank. How much fuel tank? Has a jump drive. That would be tied to the quantum drive, so what size? Thrusters. Okay. These don't fucking mean anything anymore in Star Citizen. You can't change out your thrusters. Systems. It has 2 power plants. What size? 3 coolers. What size? 2 shield generators. What size? Weaponry. We already know the weaponry. It's on the top. So yeah, I'm right. It gives you... And these numbers really don't mean anything until it's like in-game. It's like, what size power plants? Is this 2 size 1s? It could have 2 size 1 shield generators, which would make it fucking awful. Can you imagine that? Well, it would have to have like a, you know... I mean, CIG could do that, where you have a ship. I mean, just okay. Everybody, imagine this, right? Imagine a world where you had a heavy fighter that had really subpar components, but a hilarious amount of hit points. Right? It's a hull tank. So instead of having shields that resist damage and then recharge during combat, the shields go down pretty quickly, but it has a lot of hull. So it's very tanky, very resistant to damage if the shields go down. Imagine that being in Star Citizen. It's probably size 2 components. I'm willing to bet it's size 2. I'm just gonna call it now. It's probably like it's equivalent of a Vanguard. It's probably all size 2 components. So this thing has 2 size 2 power plants. Why does the Vanguard lose its size 2 power plant? Again, because I guess having the Vanguard with a 2 size 2 power plants made it overpowered. I had to break it to you guys. The Vanguard was never meta. The Vanguard sucked ass for a very long time. But I can imagine with just double the hit points, the whole hit points on the Terrapin, give it all size 1 components, done. Sure, the shields go down really quickly, but you have to wail on that thing forever to actually kill it. The Retaliator was like that for a long time, where it had like 40... It had the same amount of hit points, hull hit points, as a Hammerhead. A ship like twice its size. It was a fucking nightmare to kill Retaliators when they spawned in like NPC missions. And honestly, I hated having to beat up on them, but it did give those missions flavor, right? Or it's like, fuck, this thing's like almost like a boss fight now. You have to snipe the turrets off it. Yeah, so there's no stats. I'm pretty sure the... I didn't know you could zoom in on. That's cool. Overview, so technical specs. I'm pretty sure if we go back to the pledge store, we look for the ships. Pretty sure if we look for the Shiv, and we're gonna have the exact same problem. And I'm pretty sure the Shiv's gonna have the exact same stats as the Cutlass Black. It's gonna be like all size 2 components, but like 1 of each. Avionics, 1. Yeah, it doesn't give a size. No sizes. Power plants. Okay. The bold decision by CIG not to include a power plant in your ship. I think this thing basically flies on hopes and dreams. Just prayers. Hopes and prayers. I see the component bug is starting to infect the developers. Power plant, not applicable. The only way I think that the power plant would be not applicable if this thing had like some sort of, I don't know, like power plant room in it, kind of like a capital ship. You can't change out the power plant. It has whatever, the power plant's basically baked into the ship. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I can't imagine the Wardens being any useful anymore. They're getting outclassed by the newest amount of heavy fighters. Yeah, no, right, a pedal powered ship, like you have to like, or it's got a hand crank on it. I don't know. It's like the Matrix. It like you have to like plug yourself into it, and the power is generated off like the heat from your brain or something. Yeah. Weaponry is ridiculous. So they don't give you stats. These things are flyable, but no fucking stats on them. No component sizes. And the fact that the Shiv is missing a power plant in the stats page is like a huge red flag to me. And some people have told me that there's a Q&A, so I guess we could head over to the Spectrum and see if there's a Q&A on that. The Paladin, I think we already know the stats for the Paladin. I do like the shape of the Paladin. Do I want to get one? Yeah. Probably buy it in game. Maybe I don't know. How much is the Paladin? It's like 350, right? It's 325. I don't know. Probably not. I'm kind of done buying ships. I'd rather just buy another game. I was so happy that I bought Expedition 33. It was such a treat. The soundtrack. You know what? I finally realized that I like games with good soundtracks. So yeah. So we should have stats for this thing somewhere. But again, it goes to show you that CIG really focuses heavily on the firepower of the ship. They don't care about like the ancillary stats anymore. The size of the power play. It used to give you like a full rundown on the sales page, even at the very bottom. You scroll all the way down, you get like a little sales brochure. Don't even bother doing that. They just say, "Hey, here's the gun sizes it has," and that's all the player base really cares about. Is the Redeemer agile? Not really, but agility is relative. So the Paladin may handle like even more like a bathtub compared to the Redeemer. So I hope you like flying a brick. That's the Paladin, but the Paladin has a turret that can like adjust on the fly. So there's really, well, you really don't have a blind spot for very long with the Paladin. Of course, the Redeemer has like a turret up at bottom. I'm surprised this thing doesn't have like VTOL thrusters on it. It looks like these can be VTOL thrusters. It does look like almost looks like an Elite Dangerous ship with that kind of like wedge shape on it. Elite loves that kind of cheese wedge kind of shape. Apparently the forums have crashed. Guns and paints. That's all CIG wants you to take away from this. Do we have Q&As for these stupid things? Here we go. They also have licensed partners 2 hours ago. Gray Market Shiv. I'm pretty sure that's... Yeah, it's just the sales page. Trusted licensed partner. We're proud to work with a growing network of trusted partners who bring our universe of ships and experience to life through high-quality, officially licensed products. Each license is carefully selected for the craftsmanship, innovation, and commitment to our community. So we have Made in Planet Ring. This is a Chinese market. Planet Ring transforms science fiction to reality through precision-crafted models of ships, vehicles, and robots with the experience of molded design and advanced manufacturing that bring exceptional detail and authenticity to every creation. As a licensed partner, Planet Ring showcasing the F-8C Lightning, Gladius, and Hammerhead prototypes at CitizenCon 2024. Highlighting our dedication to precision and craftsmanship, their debut release, the 1:100 scale F-8C Lightning plastic injection molded, launches in 2026 as both plastic model, kit, and pre-built display model. Piece featuring dynamic LED lightings. Both models are available for pre-order now, beginning of the ongoing collection that begins the universe of Star Citizen, the verse to yourself. Well, if you're not in America, you'll probably be able to afford this. Also, I like how the learn more button's cut off. Like we don't have good web developers or something. There we go. I have trouble reading this the tiny font, so I zoom everything in. Monster Tech chairs, Toby eye tracker, HCV voice packs. They're still pushing the voice packs. For Star Citizen. And of course we have... Wait, what happened to the what happened to the people who are making the models in the UK? What was their name? Their janitor was working for them. Pre-built. So this is pre-built, pre-thing. Oh, the guns are movable. The winglets are movable. Only available during pre-order. BRP? What the fuck is 54 BRP? Uh, 1:100 plastic model kit. Price and release. What the fuck is... JDRF, yeah. Whatever happened to them? I guess they got replaced. Currency. Banana Republic. Indonesian rupees exchange rate. IDR, Indonesian rupees. Convert Banana Republic BRD to United States dollars. There's Coinbase. It looks like it's a crypto coin. Bro protocol to US dollars. Or BRTSD, BRP, US calculus. I don't know what BRP is. I have no idea what that is. Cloud Appear Games, Cloud Appear Red products. They got a lot of characters here that look like Chinese. How do you get your flare for a dashboard? I've never seen it. Subscriber store. Daddy fix it. I don't know if I trust this webpage. Cloud periods. I don't understand. I don't understand the currency they're asking for. Like, I don't know what BRP is. I think I'm trying to remember what the Chinese currency is. It's not the won. Is it the won? Chinese won? What is the Chinese currency? Yuan, yeah. The won? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. The renminbi. Each yuan is divided by 10 geo. When you provide currency China, look for currency code CYN. Once you're in China, you'll see the symbol, yeah, show prices. So it's just under voice packs. It was okay. Licenses. There's pitch and spaceport. Okay, there we go. GRF. I scrolled down to HCS voice packs and I stopped scrolling. The yen is the Japanese dollar. The Japanese currency. So I have no idea. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm Googling what the fuck currency is BRP, and I'm getting nothing. And it's coming up with like a crypto coin. And I am absolutely terrified to click that add to cart button. And you think it's the Indian rupees? Okay. What currency does India use? Indian rupee symbol code INR is the official currency. India rupee is subdivided to 100 phrases. Singular pasi. So, no. It's not the Indian rupee. Hey, Kevin. Have a link to what? This fucking thing? No, you can find it on your own. I'm not giving a link to anybody for this. This website looks so fucking sketch. The fact that it comes from, I feel like I need to wash my web browser out now with like soap and water because the website gave me a virus or something. So I don't know what country this is offering this stuff. Looks like it's some sort of Asian market. I don't know what currency BRP is. That's a huge red flag for me if I've never heard. If I've never heard of the currency that it's offering in. It's not offering USD, which means you have to convert your currency. Well, if it was China, it would be the won, right? But it's saying it's asking for BRP, which is weird. But you can find the link to, if you really want this, Stovakin, you can find the link to licensed partner on the website. You can go find it your goddamn self. So we're going to forget that ever existed. Because I don't know about that. I am easily spooked when it comes to like scams. And if I feel like there's some red flags in there, I'm just not going to walk into that field to discover any landmines. So I look at that website and I'm like, there's some things here I don't know about. And you know what? I'm going to stop learning and just kind of walk away. This someone else could buy this shit and tell me that if they got scammed or not, because I'm not going to find out first person. Speaking of GDR, I've won a Cutlass Black Diorama from Look and Play streaming a little bit of Age. Okay, thanks for bragging, I guess, Tech Zero. Is BRP Great British Pounds? It would be GR... I looked it up. It would it be GPT? Yeah, Great British Pounds. I've always seen it. The pound sterling is GBP, Great British Pound. Again, like, unless the whoever wrote the website like didn't know how to set it up, and they set it up in English, and they're like, oh, let's do UK English instead of American English, which I guess I could see that, right? Stoutman, I can see that mistake. Some Asian country like China or something is like, oh, we need an English website, and they don't fucking care that there's two different versions of English. There's British English and there's American English, separated by a pond. Right? And they're like, okay, fuck Trump. There you go. That's probably it. Fuck Trump. And so they went with the Great Britain. So it's probably Great British Pounds. Pound sterling. So, one of them was like 70 Great British. Like, okay, so what's the conversion rate? Conversion rate from USD to pound sterlings. It's telling me, right? So, close this off. Man. Yeah, Banana Republic currency, which is a crypto coin. British government is great. Don't have many of them though. British roll pounds, maybe. Like I said, I could see that, but like I said, I look at the website, I'm just like, I don't know about this. So if you have like 75, so what is that, times 0.75? Be 56 USD. That doesn't feel right for a model that's already been pre-painted USD wise, right? Or it'd be divided by, I can't remember. Because it was like 70 something BRP or something on the website for like the full scale model. The actual model itself that was pre-painted with like lights and shit and whatnot. I guess I don't know what currency that is. Whatever. No, they're not. They're already pre-painted. They're basically like toys that you'd buy from like Walmart for your kids. They come pre-assembled, pre-painted with like lights and whatnot. So they're like those Transformer toys you buy for their kids. It's probably like, I don't know. Did a model kit. Well, that's what words. That's what JDRF does. They sell model kits, and it's up to you to assemble and paint them. And they're these guys. And they do much, much higher quality stuff. So you have a 1 to 500 scale Carrack. You have a 1 to 100 scale Arrow. If you want to buy a model kit of the Arrow. And of course, you got to do... It's just like buying Warhammer 40k models or Warhammer models. Or those minifigs. Or like a little tank model from those miniature stores. You're going to have to do some cutting and filing. And some filling and some gluing. And then painting. Some priming and painting. So if you're into that sort of thing, this is the kind of stuff that you. But their price for their models is they're quite proud of their model price. $175 US, and that I don't know if that includes like tariffs, because I think we have like 20% tariffs America. So all us Americans are getting screwed over by Trump. They've also removed the de minimis exemption, so anything below $800 has to pay tariffs no matter what. Used to be that there was like an $800 exemption, so anything under $800 that you had shipped from outside the United States didn't have to go through customs, as long as it wasn't dangerous or hazardous. Now you're having problems with UPS and FedEx and whatnot, shipping stuff from receiving things from outside the United States, and you have to like fill out paperwork and whatnot, and you have to pay taxes on it. So if you do order something, if you're in the United States and you order something from outside the United States, it's going to take longer to get to you because it has to go through customs. You have to have paperwork on it, and as a result, it has to go through more hands before it gets delivered to you, and you have to pay money, extra money, taxes, to actually get it delivered to you. So if I'm going to buy anything, I'm going to buy it from these guys, because these guys, JDRF, I've had interactions with them on Twitch and on Twitter back when I was on Twitter. I've talked to one of their employers who also is a Star Citizen fan, Darjander. I think he still works for them. And they've shown up at conventions in person to talk with the fans. They've done large-scale print jobs for CIG. They did like a one-to-one Dragonfly for one of the conventions out here in Austin a couple years ago. People loved that one. Had like all sorts of voice commands and whatnot, lights and sounds would make when you push buttons. People love that thing. Yeah, customs are also sending stuff back too if they can't figure out what to do with it. Christmas is going to be interesting this year because we've got Black Friday coming up. But yeah, for everyone outside the United States, this is probably kid in a candy store kind of stuff. They do limited run prints though. That's one of the big problems I have with JDRF is you have to catch them when they have something in stock, when they've actually made stuff. And when it says they've sold out, they've probably been sold out for a while. Like you literally have to wait for them. If you want like little tiny arrows for like a diorama, you can do that. So they do have 1 to 500 scale stuff, very small ships. Looks like they're selling the diorama stuff right now. So you have to wait. You have to like contact them and ask them to print stuff for you. Here's a Cyclone where they have like a 1 to 40 Cyclone, 1 to 40 Dragonfly. They actually have in stock. So yeah, once they run out of stock on something, it usually takes them a while to get back to getting around to printing the stuff. And they actually have a Freelancer in stock, a 1 to 200 model, so that's a fairly large one. They also have weapon kits you can buy to like upgrade your stuff if you want to put different guns on different ships. They also have cargo crates for $15. Honestly, you should probably just download this shit off the internet and just print it yourself if you have a 3D printer. Yeah. So, like I said, JDRF, I love them. I really do, but they do have some problems with, like, getting, like, stuff out the door. And it looks like they're not doing a lot of stuff anymore for Star Citizen. I'm just kind of... It doesn't look like they've really added anything. Star Citizen-wise, since I've last checked in. They do have another page. Let's check this other page out. Vanguard 1 to 500, 1 to 500 Vulture, 1 to 100 Raven, and that's it. Yeah, they really haven't done much. You think they would have added like some new ships or something. Improved Star Citizen vendor, shop here. Yeah. Multi-crew fly with friends. Yeah. I'm not really seeing a lot of new stuff on here since the last time I checked in. Dun, dun, dun. Let's go to the R's. RSP. Serbia is RSD. SCD, whatever the hell that is. Romania is the RON. Norway, USD. I'm looking to see if I can find that currency in this list. I don't see it so far. Hong Kong is the HKD, CYD, Great British Pounds, Gibraltar, Great British Pounds. Egypt uses the Egyptian dollar. I think the Egyptian uses the lire. No, they haven't. They haven't added a new toilet bucker. You think they would have been ahead of that joke, right? Ah! Bolivia uses the bob. Didn't realize that. Yeah, I have no idea what currency that was on that website. I don't see it anywhere. Not in here. They have a lot of currency options. All right, whatever. Fuck off. So, I just wanted to look at the Q&A. People are probably, like, slamming this one. Blah, blah, blah. So the Stinger. Anvil Paladin. Anvil Paladin looks kind of cool. Dual comm links. We have even more. Roadmap roundup. Yeah, there's nothing else really in here. QA Stinger. The QA Stinger Q&A is probably getting slammed. Or it's just a blank page. 2 hours ago. There we go. Just keep reloading the page. Anvil Paladin. Have there been notable changes in addition to Paladin? Main noticeable change to Paladin has been adjustment lower decks to accommodate dedicated for SU cargo grid. Fine for like little boxes if you want to have like loot and whatnot. Supply crates. The Paladin's primary competitor is the Redeemer, but they tackle the gunship role different ways. The Paladin favors firepower and durability over the agile Redeemer. That will pack you slightly less firepower, has the edge in avoiding incoming fighter. Really? What kind of firepower is the Redeemer avoiding? Like railgun shots from like the Idris? I guess. Is the Paladin intended to be shined more in coordinated group play, or can it be still effective for smaller crews? Whether being flown solo or in groups, the Paladin is capable of delivering firepower to where it's needed. A solo player has slave control of the 2 remote wing turrets, providing firepower in a forward arc, but is improved with additional players taking control of turrets, provide full 360 coverage. That's kind of a fucking non-answer. Like, if can 2 people use the ship? Yes. Can 4 people use the ship? Yes. Like, there's really nothing in there. This answer could have been written by ChatGPT for all I know. Does the interior feature what interior features does a Paladin provide for its crew? Well, it has bunk beds. The lower decks housed an armory equipped with suit lockers, weapon racks, while the upper decks provide crew amenities including food machine, toilet, bunk beds, personal stowage. All right, whatever. That's it? That's the Q&A? Okay, it's 5 questions that were like posed by the developer. No, 4 questions posed by the developers. We don't even get the size of the components. Like, you're gonna have to buy one and fly it in the PTU to figure out what size components this thing stores. The Stinger gets 5 questions. Holy shit. We are scraping the bottom of the bucket. Remember when our ships used to get a Q&A per ship? Right? Remember when we used to get hour-long around the verses? Like, my God, they must be cutting back. You guys made more fucking money this year than you have any year, and this is what you're putting out. A Stinger is, aside from its aggressive appearance, what characteristics distinguish a Stinger from human ships? Well, it's slow, it's ugly, and has big guns. The Stinger is a relatively faithful recreation of the original Vandal Stinger. So while externally and internally you see a very strong alien aesthetic, there are touches that Asperia added for human comfort, such as weapon racks and relay access. Does it come equipped with alien-style weapons, and which of its guns and missile components are bespoke versus swappable? 6 of the 7 guns found on the Stinger are generic swappable weapons, coming with Asperia laser cannons. Only a single Sci-5 weapon bespoke and locked to the ship. The missile racks, while bespoke, allow missiles to be swapped with any other suitable size 2 missile. How does the Stinger compare to handling firepower to human-designed heavy fighters, such as the Ares, F-8C Lightning, or Guardian? Due to the sheer size and firepower of the Stinger, its handling feels much heavier than the human-designed heavy fighters at the time. As such, it's suited to take down other heavy fighters and large targets. So this thing actually gets fucking bodied by light fighters. All right, Miguel, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. We'll probably be heading out here shortly as well. Will the Stinger feature an updated MFD UI? Please to God, yes. Oh, yes! The Stinger has an updated Asperis MFD style incorporating typeface and graphic elements from Vandal language. Are you guys going to get rid of the red UI and, you know, kind of tone back the redness of the UI so it doesn't look like you're looking through the Game Boy, what is it? The Virtual Boy. Remember that fucking thing they tried to pawn on us all those years ago? But still, what about the Stinger, though, Chief Warrant? I mean, okay, so the Paladin already had a Q&A. Who gives a shit, right? What about the Stinger? The Stinger only has, like, 5 questions. What ships does a Stinger fit into? The Idris. The Vandal Kingship. With the release of the Stinger, are there any updated plans to other Vandal replicas, such as the Blade and Glaive? Yes, we still plan to bring these over the PU once Squadron 42 has been released. Alright. What are its components? What size are its components? Where are the components? So I guess we don't have to give a shit about this, right? The Q&A for the Paladin. What about the Shiv? Right? Why don't we have a Q&A on the Shiv? I don't know. I just feels like CIG's being a little bit more lazy this year. They're cutting back. They're cutting back on the video content. They're cutting back on the live content. They're cutting back on the web content. I don't know what else to tell you guys. This is kind of sad. Ignore the Anvil Paladin Q&A then. So half this Q&A, which should have been like the Stinger. They should have been talking about the Stinger the entire time. What accoutrements? Does the Stinger have a bed for the pilot? Does it have an interior? Because they didn't show off an interior. I think they may have mentioned the interior briefly. I may have not been paying much attention. The Shiv didn't get a good reaction in live chat when it was announced. I just kind of rolled my eyes because the Shiv was just basically a Cutlass Black with more firepower. That was my reaction to it. Oh, look, it's a Cutlass Black with size 4 guns and, you know, 4 size 3s on a turret and a bunch of missiles. It's just a better Cutlass Black. But Vertigo has less cargo space. Yeah, but it has more guns on it, and that's the only thing that the player base seems to care about. Same with, like, the Asgard. The Asgard is basically a better version of the Anvil Valkyrie. It can carry a tank. And it has, like, a shit ton of guns on it, unlike the Valkyrie. Which also has a shit ton of guns on it for some reason, but all those guns don't face forward, and they're not in pilot-controlled hands. You actually have to have friends. Right? That's what the player base wants. They want all the guns under their control. They're the captain, they're the pilot, they're the gunner. They don't know any people, they don't have any friends. These people with all this money who are buying ships are apparently very lonely. They don't have any fucking friends to play with. Is the what? What? I don't get the joke. The Shiv is what happens when you're a lost prophet singer who is wrong gen. I don't understand that joke. It can carry a fucking razor too. The Asgard is functionally a super cutty black. Yeah, I could see that. Anxious. You're just basically just a cutty black version too. Bigger, fatter, more meaner. In fact, I'm gonna keep that one up here. It's a good comparison. The Asgard is just a better cutty black. Oh, he got murdered in prison today? Oh. Well, I didn't know the guy, so I'm not gonna feel bad about it. I'll save my feelings for people that I know. They gave Jared Huckabee him just eating a pizza briefly in there. And apparently like Spectrum is down too, so I can't actually get to Spectrum. Can I get to hear from Spectrum for your? Probably. All right, let's see here. CitizenCon Direct was a masterpiece in terms of disappointment. And only 33 replies. Hmm. $115 comments. We don't deserve this man. Hacky gameplay. Oh yeah, you can actually like disable people's powers. Exo hates it when I do this to him. I sneak up behind him, I start turning the ship off. At that point, I just got out of the ship and just shot you in the face. That's okay. That's okay, Beaver. I'll forget your joke, because I'm capable. Hey, Chief Warrant, thanks for that resub. I'm capable of overlooking this gaffe. In our relationship.
City is more pew pew and less industry future.
I think I forgot something. If you forgot that it wasn't important, you're right. The Perseus. I guess we'll get the Perseus at the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, which is going to be next month, November. November 25th-ish. All right, Exodus. Maybe I'll join you later. So yeah, this is kind of the thing I was going to point out, was that we go to the official website, Exploration, Investigate, and Mining, replies 44. I'm pretty sure all these are going to like there is absolutely no hype on the official forums. It blows my fucking mind the CIG's basically murdered their own official website. Right? And you go to like the fan website, and it's like next confirmed next month Alpha 44. It's got 151 comments, which just is probably more comments. Yeah, even this on Reddit, like we don't deserve Jared Huckabee, and it's got 51 comments. It's more engagement than their fucking official website. In the general tab. Insisting in 2026 has restored my faith in this project. Engineering flight model base building, where are you? Well, it's not during CitizenCon. Dear CIG, stop saying sandboxing about scripted missions. RIP sandbox. Not one word about reputation or security. Crafting needs to seriously be reconsidered. Why? What's wrong with crafting? I think you have made different quality materials which in turn produce different quality items with some randomness involved is absolutely terrible. Have you ever played Korean MMOs? No, I haven't, thank God. I did play Navy Field, which was a Nexon MMO, I think, but I don't think Nexon is Korean. Last thing I want to do is start to become that. Grinding for mats and enhancing crafting over and over again. Something with good stats, especially if you follow the current development trend All valuable mats will be gated by some group activity or sandbox PvP. Huh? What? Beaver, thanks for those gifted subs.
197711
Appreciate it.
8 just gifted 5 subs.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted subs, Beaver. Yeah. Thanks for the gift of subs to Art Ninja 33, Slave Gunner, Drac 4EA, Draz 6669, and S Tarek. Thank you so much. Make us a little chat for Beaver. So yeah, I don't know. Crafting is going to be a huge time sink. If you motherfuckers didn't think Star Citizen was going to have grind, I'm going to try. Probably going to head out here and get some get a shower and some dinner here in a little bit. Like there's going to be a hilarious amount of grind for like mats. I guarantee you. Just finding like good quality mats to like upgrade your weapon like by a few percentage points, and then having to insure that weapon to make sure you get it back after you craft it. That's gonna be a bit like EVE Online, where like the highest grade stuff is gonna be like the hardest to craft and probably the worst to have because of how easy it is. Unless like high level armor makes you almost invulnerable to bullets. Like you're not gonna want to craft like an epic tier like P8 AR, because if you drop that thing, it's not insured, like you lose it, and then you're gonna have to recraft it, and that's gonna be a gigantic pain in the ass. And so, depending on how good the stat spread is on like leveling crafting stuff, it may not be worth having like the high level crafted stuff. Like just like the next level to like 10%, I tell people, is something that you'll notice. 10% increase in fire rate, 10% increase in damage, 10% less recoil, 10% less spread. You'll kind of notice that if you're like at the competitive level. If you're going out, something like you notice in like strategy games, right? I mentioned about StarCraft because I watch a lot of StarCraft replays and whatnot, and they talk about like upgrade timings in StarCraft 2, like where you do timing attacks, like your damage upgrade and your armor upgrade, your health upgrades complete at the same time. And so when that happens, you want to be attacking your opponent just as those upgrades finishes. That way you have this huge stat boost. And usually those upgrades give you like 10% more hit points or 10% more damage. And if you have 10% more of health and damage compared to your opponent who doesn't have those upgrades, like suddenly like you're going from like one-shotting Zerglings, or not, you're 2 or 3 shot Zergling to one-shotting Zerglings. And that's like a huge deal, right? You see it like in Mechabellium 2, where I watch a guy named Rooster, and he talks about like, you know, killing they have these very tiny units that are designed to distract, like big units have really slow fire rates, and like you want to have this unit that has like this area of effect attack, and you know, at this, if the unit you're shooting at is this level, you can't one-shot it anymore. So your unit that you're using to kill those small units has to be 1 level or equal level to the unit you're shooting at to one-shot it. And if it gets too high level, suddenly your unit that's designed to kill that unit takes too long to kill it, and now you start losing that side of the battlefield. So breakpoints are also another thing to consider. So crafting time, how long it takes to actually craft something, not just after you get all the materials. Like the time it takes to craft something is the time it takes to gather all the materials. So if you have like a tier 3 P8, right, AR, takes a week worth of gathering, or you have to go onto UEX, or you have to like spend a shit ton of money in credits to get these materials. And the breakpoint is like, it takes 1 less headshot to kill somebody if they have like the best tier, if they have like tier 2 gear or something on them. I tried to remember, they said there was going to be 3 levels of like crafting, but for ships there was going to be like 5. Or I'm thinking of it wrong. Ships had 3 and gear had 5. So at some point you're gonna hit a breakpoint where, you know, if you have the max level gun, but you only have like a tier 3 helmet, it's still going to be 2 headshots, as opposed to if you had like a tier 0 gun versus a tier 0 helmet. It's like 2 shots right now to the head for a P8 AR, I believe. It's 2 tap to the head. 4. Exactly. I'm talking about breakpoints too. Because it's a weapon. How are we feeling? Man, I barely stayed awake during it. It's a lot of talking. A lot of like, here's this stuff's coming. We know Nyx is coming this year, supposedly, but it's only half of Nyx. So I was half right. I said Nyx wasn't coming out this year, and I'm half right, because it's not fully Nyx. CIG's giving us half of Nyx. Or probably a third of Nyx. So patch 4.4, which will be end of the year. It'll just be like Nyx 3 and like Delamar, the proto planet on the edge of the system. And they showed us a bunch of concepts for like activities that are going to be coming with Nyx. One of them is going to be this big asteroid breaker event where you have to like blow a hole in this asteroid. And then you have to go inside and like gather stuff. That's coming sometime in the far future. We don't know when. It's not coming with Nyx. And then we had this station. I have to enunciate. Station siege event that they want to put in the game at some point, which is going to take capital ships and fighters, or just don't bring capital ships. Just bring a bunch of fighters. And it's going to have like the Death Star trench run in it, where you have to like blow up coolers and expose the core and shoot the core pew pew pew. Again, sometime in the far future that's coming. We don't know when. It's kind of like sizzle. It's like, again, CIG showed this shit off before, and it's like, yeah, sure, the worm's coming sometime in the future. It finally came out 5 years later after they showed it off. Nyx looks like it's gonna be like a miner. It's gonna be for the mining aspect, right? You're gonna go in there with your prospector and you're gonna zap rocks, and it seems like it's gonna be a fairly resource-rich system, but it's also gonna be a very cluttered system. So it's going to be difficult to get access to stuff. So a lot of it was them stroking themselves off about how much they've done so far. Telling us not to worry, that 1.0 is still the plan, even though we have gotten nothing from 1.0 this year. Maybe Nyx. I have to go look at the website. Them selling ships to us that are just straight up overpowered, has more guns. The Stinger, I called the Stinger. The Paladin's coming out. I think everybody kind of figured the Paladin was going to come out at some point, either Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And the Shiv. The Shiv is this jalopy that's like a Cutlass Black with like a bunch of other crap strapped to it, and it's got size 4 guns for the pilot, and then it has a remote turret with 4 size 3 guns off the Super Hornet Mark II or something. So it's got like 4 size 3s. And it's just, the pilot has access to all that shit, so it's just basically a better Cutlass Black and it has the same number of missiles that the Cutlass Black has, but it has like absolute ass components. Even with like 2 size 2 shield generators, the Cutlass Black would still be ass. So like I'm kind of done buying ships. Doesn't matter how many fucking guns. How many guns you strap to it. I'm not buying it. So a lot of it was just like, here's the stuff we're working on. Here's the stuff we'd like to have. Here's the stuff that's coming up in the next patch. It was basically just Nyx. They were talking about Nyx a whole bunch. And showing off. Like, hey, remember Nyx? Nostalgic. Can you feel nostalgic for a game that's not even finished yet? Let's go to the roadmap. I think Nyx is on the roadmap for 1.0. I think. Nyx Caster. Magnus, I think. Starware. Cortex Starsim. They talked about constant instancing, but that's far in the future. They talked about having the ability to quantum into a location, and that location becomes a private little bubble that nobody can get access to. They also talked about elevators that can take you into an instance, or a tram that can take you into an instance. They talked about Siege of Orison. They want to do Siege of Orison again at some point in the future. That's instanced. So 20 people, 20, 40 people, kind of like a raid. So, yeah, apparently everybody wants their single-player MMO. I know I get pissy about PvP, but EXO loves this kind of shit, where you're going through the Onyx facilities and suddenly just another player shows up and you have to deal with that, right? And of course, EXO likes to shoot first, ask questions never. I would prefer to, like, actually try to talk my way out of a situation from time to time instead of just, like, kill people, because this isn't DayZ in space. Like, you do have the option to key the mic, but Star Citizen has taught me to be extremely paranoid about trusting people. Realistic auto mode, we don't have that. Dynamic server meshing, they mentioned dynamic server meshing a couple times. Star Audio, they didn't talk about that. Global Illuminate didn't talk about that. Genesis, they talked about Genesis Starkitect for quite a bit. They showed off some really new sexy terrain. They talked about removing the amount of rocks. They literally talked about removing rocks from the terrain, so we can just have like nice, gentle rolling hills. So I guess CIG finally listened to me, or the rest of the goddamn people. I'll take credit for this one, everybody. If this goes wrong, I will take the blame for it, right? If everybody turns out hating the idea of removing rocks from Star Citizen because people missed the bullshit of flipping their cars over every 30 meters. I know, right, Wombats? Wheeled and tracked vehicles will actually be somewhat useful now. I can't wait. Only took them fucking 10 years. Well, 2017. So 8 years. Only took them fucking 8 years to start cleaning up the rocks. So they talked about Genesis. They had some amazing visuals for Genesis. I was calling bullshit. Like, this stuff can't be like what's in engine. This has to be like pre-rendered and whatnot. I just couldn't believe what they were showing off was like in Star Citizen. So if they can get that visual fidelity, like those people who are talking about these people are talking years ago that Star Citizen was going to be obsolete, going to look dated by the time it was released. Those people can eat a bag of dicks. I will go down to Kent, Washington, and I will pay for the bag of dicks they have to eat. Because I tell you what, Dick's Drive-In down in they got one in Federal Way. I thought they had one in Kent, but they got one in Federal Way. Dick's Drive-In makes a good hamburger. And I will buy them a bag of greasy dicks to eat any day of the week. They do takeout. But they can eat a bag of dicks. So yeah, their CIG is definitely improving the visual fidelity of Star Citizen. They're not letting it fall behind. Genesis Planet Tech version 5, they talked about that. That's kind of like Genesis Starkitect. So they said they were going to go through and they were going to rework the Stanton and Pyro system with the new Genesis tech. So here we go again. We get to regenerate all the planets and then replace all the outposts again. We'll see how that goes. Dynamic weather. We kind of already have dynamic weather in Star. Well, not really. We have dynamic clouds. We rain a little bit. This kind of can get pushed forward a little bit. Like I feel like quantum travel. We need to work on that one. Guild system, tax insurance warranty, law and security. They didn't talk about any of this stuff. Reputation version 2, new profession system. Nope. Death of a spaceman. Nope. AA blades. Nope. Misfire and wear. Nope. Fire hazard crafting. They talked about crafting, and it's going to be pretty bad, I'd imagine. The amount of because you're going to have different grades of rarity for the stuff you craft. So I'm imagining it's going to be like Wicklow, where you're going to have to go out and find like some of the most just frustratingly difficult shit to find just to upgrade your weapon by like a couple percentage points. Your armor, your weapon, and whatnot. So just in your head, the worst case scenario everyone should think about is some sort of Korean level MMO where you had to end up having to spend hundreds of hours searching for all the components and items, reagents necessary to get like a couple percentage points better stats on a gun you like using. And Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. That's the worst case scenario I think I have. All right, Asmir, welcome. Nah, it was just a lot of blah, blah, blah. A lot of like, hey, we did this year. Hey, we did a pretty good job, didn't we? Hey, here's some of the stuff we'd like to show you that we're thinking about doing sometime. Hey, Nyx is coming this year, but only a fraction of it. They're going to do Nyx like they did the stand system, where they're going to give us a little bit, and then they're going to give us a little bit more, and then a little bit more. But it's probably going to come pretty quick, I'd imagine. Don't listen to Exodus. They didn't talk about Squadron 42 this year at CitizenCon. I figured they'd show off like a little bit of like a, hey, remember last CitizenCon? They'd have like an intern sit down, do like a sizzle reel first. They didn't even do that. Yeah, the environments. Okay, so the start, the Genesis portion of CitizenCon this year was probably the best part. Watch that. You don't need to watch anything else. The planets, the grass, the trees, the rocks, all looked amazing. Like I said, my reaction when they showed off the Genesis part, I couldn't believe it was Star Citizen. Star Citizen cannot look this good. This has to be pre-rendered bullshit, like AI generated horse shit. But no, I mean if they can get it done, great. More fidelity, life support. They didn't talk about that. Engineering, they didn't talk about engineering. Solar flares, no. Vehicle radar scanning, nope. FPS radar scanning, nope. IFC control surfaces. We're gonna get more of this with the next flight model that what's his name was testing. Yogi. Remember that flight model drama? With Yogi. They were testing this stuff. Hangar updates, nope. Weapon overview, nope. Player space stations, nope. Crafting, they talked a little bit about crafting. The crafting we're gonna get is gonna be like, you have this little crafting machine that's like a 1x2 SU like footprint, and you can shove some stuff into it, and then it kicks out like an item. Why is the Stinger so cheap? Because CIG is desperate for money. Asamir. Even though they've made a whole bunch of money this year, I think they're kind of bracing for an economic downturn thanks to Trump. I'm gonna keep blaming this motherfucker. His trade war is just fucking everything up for everybody. So I think CIG is trying to get some more money in their back pockets so they can keep going. You gotta milk that cat. You gotta milk that cow while it's pregnant, or just after it's pregnant, right? I think CIG sees in the future people having a little bit less money to spend because prices on items are going up, and so they're figuring like we should probably get as much money this year. So make the Stinger around $300. People are gonna buy that fucker like it's hotcakes. All right. So crafting. They talked base building. Didn't talk about base building. Location repair. They didn't talk about that. They did talk about the space station. So going to have a little bit of repair gameplay in it. The asteroid cracking mission. That's going to be in Nyx eventually in the future. We don't know when. I don't even know why I'm talking about it because it's going to be so far away. Who knows? But you're going to have to reactivate the space station to crack this asteroid so you can get in with a mining ship to like extract some valuable resources from the side of it. I mean, if there is an alien tax on the Stinger, it's probably about as... Because I can't remember how much the Vanguards cost. I'd have to, like, look it up. Vanguard Warden. Right? What was the pledge price on the 260? So if there is an alien tax, the alien tax basically is about this... If you took away the alien tax, it would about to be the same price as the Vanguard Warden, right? Because the Glaive is more expensive than the Stinger, which is bizarre. Unless CIG plans to raise the price of the Glaive. I mean, I could probably buy a Glaive right now, I think, because I've already done Vandal Swarm. Yeah, exactly, Combat Wombats. Prices have bloated substantially since the Vanguard's release. Yay, inflation. So repair, we'll probably have some repair shit going on with that mining mission. Player-to-player trading, nope, they didn't talk about that. Player organizations, nope, they didn't talk about. Social media, nope. Citizenship, nope. Planetary shields, nope. Ownership, nope. Utility tunnels, they did talk about instancing with, like, Bluesky, where you're going to have, like, subterranean areas underneath Bluesky. You're going to have to go into and do some, like, ASD kind of Onyx facility kind of shit in there. Which is going to be, like, instanced for your group. So they want to have missions that you can complete within, you know, an hour or something, or 30, 45 minutes. And then you can log out and come back in and do the next part of the story. Kind of like how the Onyx facility works right now. You do a short mission chain, you get a small reward, and then the next day you can log in to do the next mission in the mission chain and get another small reward, and then come back the next day. So they want to have these like little bite-sized mission chunks. Instead of having like a big mission you have to sit down, kind of like Xenothreat. Xenothreat had some like, you had to be prepared to do Xenothreat. Like if you weren't like me, like a full-time streamer, you would really struggle to complete like Siege of Orison, Xenothreat, because they are, or Ninetales Lockdown. Ninetales Lockdown, like, it had a really nasty interaction with, like, the cargo system, where you'd have to wait for, like, enough cargo to bleed off so you could sell more cargo to the station. And if you didn't sell it off in time, like, you have to wait for the next event to come in to sell your cargo to the next station. Yeah, otherwise you had to wait in a queue to sell your shit off. Yeah, I agree. Onyx missions are good. I liked what CIG did there. I do have a few complaints, a few minor complaints about the Onyx facility. There's too many resources in the facility itself that are kind of spread all over the place. And I would recommend that CIG has less of that. Maybe has a few supply closets here and there you can unlock if you do like a little puzzle, or if you have like a key card that you found somewhere else, or you had like a keypad, a pad with like a key code on it. Just having all the resources you need to solve everything inside the facility, while it does reduce frustration, it does like reduce the amount of preparation you need to actually do it, because you can just go in with anything, right? That's like my one complaint, is that everything you need to complete like the Onyx chain, even through Site B, you can find all that shit in the facility. And like if I went into the Onyx facility and I wanted to loot everything, I'd come out with more shit than I came in with. I can go in buck-ass naked, fight the 2 initial guys in engineering, get a gun, get some light armor, and just keep killing my way through the facility until I'm just fully equipped. So I do like the idea of running across players every so often and then having to deal with that interaction. That's part of an MMO, and that should be in the game. I do feel like the Onyx facilities and Hathor, those two things should have been in Pyro. Because having the comm arrays to like try to like convince people not to kill each other just feels kind of dumb. And it feels like, to me, like CIG moved these facilities, the Hathor facilities and the Onyx facilities, they moved them to Stanton because nobody wants to leave Stanton to go to play in Pyro. Because of like the crime system in the Stanton system kind of makes you less likely to pull the trigger, right? That's why we have 6 servers in the Stanton system and 3 in Pyro, because Pyro has a lower player count than the Stanton system. But yeah, they talked about like having underground areas in Bluesky. They didn't talk about this for Area 18. Didn't talk about that. Council, no. Mercenary Guild, no. Academy of Sciences, no. United Research, no. Interstellar Transport Guild, no. They did talk about a new company that was active in the Nyx system, and they pulled out. So kind of like Pyro Amalgamate. I can't remember the name of the company, but kind of like Pyro Amalgamated. They went in there, they did some mining, they went bankrupt, and they left a whole bunch of equipment in the Nyx system. Building interiors, no. The Nyx system. So this is the one thing from 1.0 roadmap that's probably going to get moved into an actual patch. Casper system, no. Terra system, no. Location stories, kind of. Main story, kind of. Station warfare, no. So at least we'll be able to end the year with having like the Nyx system moved off Star Citizen 1.0 into the main patch branch. No. I mean, like, they went with the Grand Theft Auto style, but really it should be reputation based. Like, if you have, like, dog shit reputation, like, you should be, like, people should want to kill you, right? For just having really bad rep. And if you have really good rep, they should be giving you discounts. But CIG needs to make the reputation system more sliding based. More nuanced. Because with the reputation, they actually nerfed the reputation system several times. And they talked about it with, I think Todd Pappy talked about it last time he was on a live show a while ago, while he was still working. Maybe I'm thinking of another guy. But they talked about it on a live show towards the start of this year. And originally they were going to let you do missions for the megacorps like Hurston, ArcCorp, Microtech. And then they decided to make it so you can only work for those companies through like a third party like Foxwell. Because this is the reason they gave. I think one of the lore guys was on this podcast. They did this live show. I can't remember his name. He was on CitizenCon Direct. He was talking a bunch. Trying to remember his name. I'm terrible with names. I can see his face in my mind, but I can't speak his name. Someone in chat will probably tell me who it is. He's a kind of a more portly guy, white guy, brown hair. He's been the head lore guy for Star Citizen for like since the beginning. But he was on there. He's talking about it, how players would take missions for like Hurston, and they would go down to clear out an outpost, and they'd end up with crime stat, and they'd end up with their rep in the dumpster, and then Hurston Dynamics would want to kill them as a result. And the reason for that, and I've talked about this for a while now, and the reason for that is because CIG likes to mix friendlies with enemies, and as a new player, or even as an experienced player, it's hard to differentiate between who the bad guys are and who the good guys are when the lighting conditions in Star Citizen are atrocious. If you can't see who you're shooting at, if it's just a black silhouette in the distance, that makes the mission so much more difficult to complete successfully without an oopsies. And I've made many oopsies. And CIG, of course, tries to add like friendly markers above all the friendly NPCs have, but the markers don't work occasionally. Or it ends up spawning additional friendly units into the facility that don't have markers on their heads because they're not part of the mission, but it spawned them anyways. That was a bug that happened recently. My suggestion to fix this was stop spawning friendly units. Like, just don't spawn Hurston security in the bunkers. Just send the player in. Just send the player in. Tell them to go kill everything. And then save the help friendly units missions until you're much higher level. That way, if you do have an oopsies, you only just lose rep. Maybe get a little bit of crime stat, but you do, yeah. Amelia Boyd. They do have an IFF system in the game. It's called you're in a party. You're in a squad with other people. Unctious. That's your IFF. And Shirkan asks, how did you find? I found it. I mean, other than the Genesis part where they talked about the new planetary tech coming out, which kind of amazed me because I couldn't believe it was actually Star Citizen I was looking at. Other than that, I was kind of hard to keep awake. Right. here's what we did this year. Here's what we're going to deliver next year. Here's some of the stuff we'd like to do. Here's some of the ships you can buy. Right. That's basically what CIG gave us this year, and it wasn't very exciting. They talked a lot about Nyx, and I was like, okay, cool, we're getting another star system. Star Citizen's starting to get fleshed out, right? So yeah, like the IFF system we have is you're in a party with somebody, and then you get a little marker above their head, and sometimes that doesn't even work. When you take a mission that has friendly units that you're not supposed to kill, sometimes they get little markers above their head. That's the IFF, the Intelligent Friend or Foe System. And a lot of the time it doesn't work. Exactly. Like having very muted colors for both the friendly and the... From a new player's perspective, right? If you haven't touched Star Citizen before, how do you know what color Crusader armor flies? How do you know what their colors are? You have to pay really close attention when you're going through Orison to know what Crusader colors are when you go into a bunker. Who are the friendlies, who are the enemies? And we've had points where friendlies would aim guns at you. They wouldn't actually pull the trigger, but they would point guns at you. But even then, even if you have brightly colored armor, if you're in a dark enough room, that you're not going to be able to see what the colors are. So having fog, smoke, muted colors for everything, and then having a very dark kind of lighting system, like, just is not a recipe for success for like anybody. Like hell, like I said, I've been dinged by this system many a times where I've gone into bunkers trying to help out friendlies, and I end up accidentally nailing a friendly unit and getting crime stat as a result. And many times I fought my way out just for the lulz. So that's one of the reasons why you're seeing more Foxwell missions, because they don't want you working for Hurston, getting negative rep with Hurston, and then suddenly being attacked by Hurston. But that's how it should be, right? You work for Hurston, and you fuck your rep up with Hurston, suddenly Hurston doesn't want to talk to you anymore. In some cases, yeah. The most bullshit crime stat I've ever gotten Star Citizen, besides being rammed by a police officer, and then I got charged for murdering the police officer because he rammed into me. The second worst bullshit experience I ever had was having a friendly teleport in front of an enemy. I was cleaning out a bunker. I think it was a Crusader security bunker. And I was hunting down some Ninetales in the bunker. I go to raise my gun and shoot at a Ninetales guy who was like right down the steps from me, and I had a fucking Crusader security guy teleport right in front of him, in front of my gun barrel, and I just fucking gun him down. I'm like, are you absolutely fucking kidding me? I've also had like enemy and like security merge together into like the same person. Like they literally occupy the same space, so they're like just kind of like it's like the movie The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, where you have like them kind of merging together. And it's just like, well, I gotta kill one of them. And so you have to perform brain surgery to like make sure you only hit the Ninetales guy. So you have to get him from just the right angle. So so the bullet doesn't hit the Crusader guy. Spawning in walls, spawning in each other, walking through each other, teleporting all over the fucking place. They've done a good job of like eliminating that stuff, but occasionally you do see enemies like NPCs like teleporting all over the place. Occasionally it happens. They're working on it. But yeah, just if the solution was easy, just remove the friendlies from the beginner missions, or add more nuance to your reputation system, where instead of going like you failed the mission and the company you're working goes straight hostile, why not have one layer where they just dislike you before they want to murder you? Like, oh, you killed a security guard. Well, you know, shit happens. We're just not going to offer you any missions anymore, but you can still use our spaceports. You know, we did contract you to not kill our people, but you killed one. Well, we're just going to overlook this. Just one time, we're going to overlook this. But we'll still sell you fuel. Right? We won't shoot at you on sight, but we're not going to offer you another mission until you get back into our good graces. That's how I would have solved this problem. Either just the intro level missions just don't have friendly NPCs, so you don't have to worry about accidentally killing, you know, a friendly and like fucking your rep up. And then I'd add another rep layer of like, instead of hate, you have dislike before hate. So you fuck the mission up. Now they dislike you, but they don't hate you. They don't want to kill you just yet. But if you keep fucking around, they will. They didn't talk about Squadron 42. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The Squadron 42 content we got was probably the Shiv and the Stinger. 2 ships. Oh yes, the non-hostile civilians that would pick up guns occasionally. If they picked up a gun and pointed at me, I'd shoot them. Most of the time, I'd never get crime stat from those guys, but usually I'd walk in, I'd knock them out. You don't get crime stat for giving him traumatic brain injuries. I mean, sure, the guy's gonna have tinnitus and he's gonna walk funny for the rest of his fucking life, but hey, at least you didn't kill him. You're like fucking Batman, where you're just paralyzing criminals. He mentioned that armor. What armor? Oh, yeah. The flight suit. Yeah, okay, so there's that. For the game we're not talking about today. No, but CIG needs your money, Asmir, so they have to keep making and selling stuff. I mean, this is just how it's gonna be forever. Like, the community has shown over and over again that they're gonna buy ships. A lot of ships, and they're gonna spend a lot of money on ships. This is the funding model that CIG has chosen. This is the funding model that the community has embraced. The people that actually support Star Citizen. All right, this is the funding model they have chosen to embrace. So here we are. Do we need to buy the Shiv? No. But CIG needs you to buy it so they can keep the lights on. Yeah, John Juan, that's basically what you watched. Buy these 3 ships. No Squadron 42. Don't ask questions. Here's Nyx. See you next year. I mean, like, I wasn't I'm not disappointed. I'm appointed, I guess. I'm not whelmed. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not underwhelmed. I'm whelmed. This basically like meets my expectations. The one thing that surprised me was the Genesis tech. I didn't expect it to look that sexy. No, you have to play the PTU, Exodus. I think it's going to be the next PTU patch. They talked about it on the page, the Anvil Paladin. PTU Early Access. The Paladin arrives with Star Citizen Alpha 3.2 upon release. Will be flyable when the next version of the PTU is published. See disclaimer below. So not this PTU, the next 3.2, 432 PTU that releases will have the Paladin, Shiv, and the Stinger in it. So what's the current PTU version? So not the 1043 version of the PTU. It's gonna be whatever comes after this version. It's gonna have the Paladin in it. Yeah, and if you bought one and I'm wrong, and if it's this PTU patch, you're gonna have to recopy because the PTU does not update off your thing until you hit the recopy button. It doesn't. The PTU does not look at your web store web hanger until you recopy your account. So if you've bought a new ship and you downloaded the PTU doesn't give a shit about what you just bought until you hit recopy. So keep that in mind. I almost like this one, the Solaris paint. Almost like it. And of course this one, the downstream paint. God, CIG can't just make the most boring fucking paints ever. Oh, this one's kind of gray and red. This one's kind of like tan. It's kind of like a lighter blue. Kind of, whatever. Well, it's probably not on this patch then. So yeah, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't disappointed. They met my expectations, which is not a good thing because my expectations were pretty fucking low. Friday, a new 432 build is available for all backers. This was a day ago. It's Saturday, right? Yeah, it's Saturday. So it's going to be Monday. Monday. Monday is probably going to be the next patch. So if you bought your Paladin now, you're probably going to be waiting until Monday before you'll be able to fly in the PTU. And CIG got you. They got you good with that one. Do we know any of the CityCon items? Yes, they showed off all the CityCon items. I don't know if they have the CitizenCon thing out. Starts as all the brink. Here we go. So it was only like 3 hours. Blah, 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 blah.
Lots of places to put new content.
Experiment is for
Genesis looked great. This looks like a fucking movie. Great shit.
As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see
cases because the current tech couldn't do them at way to fit.
Less rocks. Ground vehicles are going to be more useful.
As we are.
They showed off everything that's in this the thing.
It's like they
welcome to Tokyo. Yeah. Up. Also between
Ship talks. They talked about the ships.
Manufacturing.
Buy our ships. Buy our fucking ships. Actually, did they talk about this Stinger?
It also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, you know, lots of organic detail.
So it doesn't look like the Stinger has a bed. Looks like it just has a hallway.
Kind of strange alien forms.
Maybe it has a gun rack. Yeah, it doesn't. They don't look like they have anything like there. All right, so here we talk about weapons.
Now we're releasing 3 new weapons: rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
Space AK.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most.
Crafting.
It's one rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic.
I don't remember where they talked about it, but they did show off.
Top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of
I must have missed it.
The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow firing, hard hitting.
Yeah.
Community is going to
what else? Attending here, that's really cool. Man, attending here is to an alpha. Attending here, everybody.
Yeah.
Citizen. There'll be a
Crafting.
small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your
scanning
own
through
items
here.
is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops.
I swear to God, was they talked about it after the
Increase
next
and improve item stats
next
that are
stuff.
relevant to your gameplay. Maybe your gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using.
Here it is.
There's a gunship flight.
So you have the suits, the armor, the flight suit, this mining tool, 2 guns, poster, cargo crate, Vandal plushie, that whatever the hell this thing is, and the new armor.
Suit and helmet. 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with a Van Duel, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Van Duel to Star Citizen, a cool Van Duel knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty...
There you go. That's what the stuff is. I knew they talked about it somewhere on CitizenCon Direct, but I mean, it's worth it if you want the armor and the guns and, you know, the plushies and whatnot. But $40 for me, like, do I really want all that stuff? Not really. Just the Space AK. Galactic Command. Hold on.
There'll be a whole host of things
to take in there. Star System operation, do that thing that anticipated feed the one they'll hate how they're now they in certain a ruckus with a Van Duel, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited
Let's see here.
Edition of the Van Duel to Star Citizen, a cool Van Duel knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to...
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, fuck you. There we go. Boop. All right. I have to, like, message, I mean, they talked about it later on when they talked about the weapons. I think.
It's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
that have this right now in the verse, I will bring it work in kind of like a and that goes off with the ballistic shot. It will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just not only is the most independent
puns, rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
Let's see, where's the clip option? There it is.
This is the one that not only is the most I think the
LMG,
like scrap there, I think of
puns, rocket launcher,
rocket
LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
There we go. Copy. Glad to command. Loves this shit. There we go. Anyways, what are we doing? So, yeah, Paladin, bleh. I'll get it in the game. There's, yeah, but these ones are junk, though. Exodus, these ones are made out of literal junk. Did you see that rocket launcher that's like...
I think this is the one that...
Did you see the rocket launcher that fires like IEDs? Like just... and it has like a 50 caliber like machine gun?
Just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical. We made a slow firing.
Into the tube.
This fucking thing.
Towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming...
It has 3 grenades on the end of it.
Pointed towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus because you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aiming apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just...
You know, guys, whatever. It's an improvised explosive device. It's an improvised rocket launcher. Even the AK, even the RPG-7 had like some cudgeled together aiming apparatus. right? It had like a bunch of wires. I'm trying to remember, it was like an RPG. If I remember correctly, like, yeah, it had this. They had the fucking wires for this thing. So this was your site for the RPG 75 NH. I vaguely remember this from Operation Flashpoint, where you had to figure out the wires across the stupid thing. They couldn't do this for their stupid, like, improvised rocket launcher. You're telling me? So yeah. Or you had just the simple iron sight on this tube. I mean, the new RPGs have like this shit going for them. Where you actually have like an optical sight with different lines and whatnot, depending on the warhead you're using. Because different warheads have different flight times, different travel times to their target. So you have to use different sights for different projectiles, different aiming stadia. If you have the tandem warhead, which is a lot heavier, a lot slower than, say, a high explosive warhead, you're going to have to aim really far above whatever you're shooting at, and it's going to take a while for that warhead to arrive. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure the new shit's all going to be overpowered, and CIG's going to nerf it all. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what else to talk about here. Like I said, I was whelmed. I had low expectations for CitizenCon Direct, and honestly, CIG slightly exceeded those expectations with like Genesis. A lot of it's like, here's the stuff we did. We patted themselves on the back and it's like, yeah, we did a good job this year. And they're like, here's all the stuff that was coming next year that we haven't. that's a work in progress. Here's the stuff that'll be here one day, one of these days. You'll love it. Just wait. It'll be here. We promise. So you got that, and then fire ships. Don't talk about Squadron 42. Yeah. So there you go. Do I get any fucks that Pyro can make junk out of guns? No. Or guns out of junk? No. I mean, we needed, like, that's what, was it Castac Arms was supposed to be? They were supposed to be like the pirate manufacturer, kind of like out in the wilds. We needed kind of like a junk, low level, low end kind of like arms manufacturer that did like, guns that were like outside the bounds of like legal guns. These ones are probably a little too junky for me, but I'm sure Galactic Command's gonna love this shit. He's gonna look at that Space AK and he's like, Vertigo, I need this thing. And it's like, Galactic, for you, I will hunt this thing. I will hunt one of these fuckers down. I don't kill it. I don't care if I have to fight dogfight Avenger 1 in Arena Commander to win you one of these. I will do it. I may not win, but I'll do it. I will be as a super sweatiest tryhard that loses to that motherfucker just for the chance to get Galactic Command, that stupid Space AK. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people were hyped CitizenCon. They always do. I mean, the in-person ones, the nice thing about the in-person CitizenCons is you have the community to help make you feel special. You're surrounded by like-minded nerds. And I've been to Bar Citizens, and you don't just talk about Star Citizen. You talk about, like, self-driving cars, you talk about 3D printing, you talk about other video games, you talk about anime, maybe you talk about Warhammer 40k, collecting and painting miniatures. There's a lot of different, you get to meet a lot of different people and you get to talk about their interests and whatnot. And that really does help bring a sense of community to all this. So I don't know, but that's it for me. We'll be back tomorrow. What do we got? Tomorrow's Sunday, so we'll be streaming some Star Citizen. We'll have more thoughts, I'm sure. Get refresh here. Dun, 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 dun. Man. Let's host Gabs. Haven't raided her in a while. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Starting our usual time, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific. Star Citizen all day. So for those of you who enjoy Star Citizen content, show up tomorrow. We'll have more Star Citizen for everybody on Twitch and YouTube. Even the YouTube viewers are welcome to come. What else? And then Monday, we'll be starting our Spooktober celebration. We'll be playing System Shock 2 because System Shock 2 is actually kind of spooky. So we'll have that to look forward to. But anyways, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Hopefully we'll see you again on the next broadcast tomorrow, 8 a.m. And if we don't, have a good weekend because it's still Saturday.